Wait a minute. It'll have to be exactly.
Right.
There's still a show. You know, they cancel agreements. Saturday. Jim's driving out. You see that? I'm surprised. And then
That's probably enough. What do you think? Harry says it's okay. Good morning, everyone. Good morning and welcome. I call the 83rd plenary session of the Administrative Conference of the United States to order. I'm Ron Cass. I'm the senior member of the ACUS Council and have the honor and privilege of chairing the meeting today, which is why so few people are here. I have one important message to give at the very beginning, and that is that the bathrooms that people are accustomed to using slightly down the hall here are under construction today. A women's room is open just outside the door to my right. An all-gender bathroom is available to my left, and I'm reliably informed that there are all sorts of bathrooms downstairs if you're willing to walk. I also have to begin with an apology. I do have a script to follow today. I'm not really good at following scripts. And I went to the ACUS staff and said, look, I think it's fine if I just wing it. And as an example of this working out, I referenced the film Top Gun Maverick, where Tom Cruise, when he's going to be instructing a group of fighter pilots in the use of the F-18, walked in the first day with a huge volume that was the manual, asked if people were familiar with it. They said yes, and he threw it away, and everything worked out fine. And the staff then took the next hour to explain to me why I'm not Tom Cruise. In fairness, we are the same height. I think that's where everything ends. So I'll begin, as the statute requires, by reporting on the affairs of the conference, and I'm using that just in the business sense of the term. We often begin this part of the plenary session with a note about our funding. We have asked Congress, with the President's approval, to provide $3.43 million for our funding for fiscal year 2026, an amount that's roughly comparable to our current funding, and anything that doesn't come under that heading, we've asked for under the title Department of Government Efficiency, which is our maiden name. I'm optimistic that Congress will appropriate the amount that has been asked for, and confident that Harry will find a way to get it, either whether they do or not. Now, on our governance, there are currently 3 members of the council. In addition to me, there are Funmi Badeo and Jim Conlon, and we're happy to have Jim here today. Jim is our newest member of the council, so please take it easy on him. We're also very much in a waiting mode. We have no current chairman or vice chairman. Nitin Shaw was serving as vice chairman and did an excellent job in that position, but he has left to take up more time in his real business. So we will miss him, but we will carry on regardless. In terms of our other members, we've been joined by 5 new government members since December. Brigham Bowen from the Department of Agriculture, Courtney Mallon from the Federal Maritime Commission, Mercedes Momeni from the U.S. International Trade Commission, Aaron Reitz from the Department of Justice, and Charles Yorty from the Department of Education, which is still in business. Stephanie Gorman joins us as a liaison representative from the Executive Office for Immigration Review, and former Chairman Andy Foyce and former council member Ann Joseph O'Connell are now senior fellows. I should add to that Andy did a terrific job as the chairman and kept us running ably, and Ann Joseph O'Connell was one of the most active members of the council and always had something useful to say to help us along. We will miss them in those positions, but welcome them to their new positions. Beginning next month, we'll be joined by 9 new public members. Reeve Bull, who is coming back after having served as ACUS staff ably for many years, Louis Capozzi, Carolyn Seacott, Aram Gavor, Matthew Lawrence, Aaron Murphy, Chad Scuteri, Daniel Walters, and David Zering. We look forward to working with everyone. And I'm also pleased to announce that public member Erica Litzen will take over from Eloise Pasikoff as chair of the Administration and Management Committee. Eloise, along with 10 other outgoing public members, will become senior fellows later this year. Congratulations to all. And I want to say, I know it's ACUS strategy to try to keep people involved who have had positions like Eloise did, and to keep them involved at the same pay level. So you have that to look forward to. The conference continues to carry out its mission effectively. We have a robust research agenda, including 3 proposed recommendations that we'll take up today. And I'd like to thank our committee chairs who led the development for these recommendations. Government member Helen Sarasso, chair of the Regulation Committee, public member Bertrand Ross, chair of the Rulemaking Committee, and government member Nadine Mancini, chair of the Adjudication Committee. Thanks also to our consultants, Aram Gavor, Seth Davis, Dan Rodriguez, Michael San Ambrosio, and Glenn Krzyzewski, whose in-depth reports inform the development of the draft recommendations we'll consider today. In addition to the draft recommendations, we also have more than a dozen other projects that are ongoing. And Deputy Research Director Kaja Novatsky will tell us more about them after lunch. For now, let me provide a brief update on accomplishments since the last plenary session. Since January, we've published 4 new reports. First, prepared in partnership with Stanford, examines agencies' designation of chief artificial intelligence officers and development of plans for the use, management, and oversight of AI, which I'm reliably informed are 2 letters. Our former vice president said that, and I think she was right on that. Thanks to Stanford, especially public member Dan Ho and ACUS intern Miraj Sujkun for working on that informative report. The second report examines agencies' experiences with international regulatory cooperation since issuance of Executive Order 13609. Many of you may recall that the EO was inspired in part by our own recommendation 2011-6, and a thank you to Caroline Clausen, Elena Chachko, and David Zering for an excellent report on that. The third report examines several issues related to the timing of judicial review of agency action, including when a right of action accrues under the general statute of limitations in 28 U.S.C. 2401. The Supreme Court addressed that question in last term's decision in Corner Post, and thanks to public member John Duffy and Aditya Bamzai for their excellent report on that subject. The fourth report describes awards under the Equal Access to Justice Act during FY 2024. This is a report that's been required from ACUS by law since 2019. Thanks to staff members Adam Klein and Leah Robbins, who oversaw that effort this year, and the three spring interns who assisted in compiling data. I didn't even know we had a category called spring interns. We do also have spring chickens. Those will be coming back to roost later on. In addition to these reports, we recently published with your assistance 2 new statements of principle, one focused on administrative adjudication and the other addressing agency guidance documents. Statements of principles consolidate, restate, synthesize all ACUS recommendations on a given topic into a single, easy-to-use reference resource. The 2 new statements complement 2 previous statements which address the disclosure of administrative materials and public engagement in rulemaking. We also continue to convene several roundtables, including the Interagency Roundtable, the Council of Independent Regulatory Agencies, and the Council on Federal Agency Adjudication. And finally, staff continues to prepare publications designed to broaden ACUS's reach and to keep policymakers informed about notable developments. These include a monthly update on adjudication-related developments, a weekly update on relevant legislative developments, and a monthly interchange bulletin, which offers one-page overviews of important topics of administrative procedure. Now we get to go to the exciting rules for debating and voting, which have not changed. The privilege of debate extends to all ACUS members, including the approximately 100 voting members who together constitute the assembly when we sit in plenary session, and our non-voting members. The voting members consist of all council members, government members, and public members. The non-voting members consist of all senior fellows, special counsel, and liaison representatives. Only voting members may move an amendment or vote, but for those who want to have a motion made on their behalf, senior members, senior fellows, and special counsel can try to coerce others into making that motion for them. You were provided instructions for participating in today's plenary session, including instructions for both in-person and virtual participants. For each recommendation, we'll start with the manager's amendment, which consists of technical and stylistic changes, some from members and some from staff, which are typically adopted by unanimous consent. General debate on the recommendation as a whole will follow, after which we'll consider proposed amendments from the council, and after that we'll turn to consideration of pre-submitted member amendments. After all of those amendments are disposed of, we'll consider amendments from the floor. We'll then move on to a final vote. Members here in person can seek recognition by raising your hand. We'll bring you a microphone, and then you'll start, please, by stating your name and your affiliation with the conference. And for those who are participating by Zoom, we ask that if you want to be recognized, instead of raising your hand on the electronic version, you send a message to everyone, not to host only, and state briefly why you seek recognition. And that's pretty much it. You don't have to say what you're going to say when you get the opportunity. No substantive discussion in the chat is really encouraged. So please remain muted in Zoom until you're recognized. And to make it easier for us to manage the queue, Again, Zoom participants should use the message version, not the hand-raising version. I will seek unanimous consent on most votes. If you object, you can raise your hand and say that you object if you're here, or you can send a message if you're on Zoom saying that you object. And if we're feeling inclined, we may recognize that and then proceed to hear what the objection is and discuss it. When we have a vote, voting members here in person can vote by holding up your blue cards, and voting members who are voting remotely should use the virtual hand-raising function for that in Zoom. If a member doesn't have that function or doesn't know how to use it, please don't ask me. I have no idea what any of this is, but we have people on standby who do. With all that, let's turn to the initial procedural business. There are too many words that have too many syllables in them here. The first item here is the approval of the minutes of the 82nd plenary session, which is usually a hot item of debate at all of these meetings. Is there any objection to the approval of the minutes? Hearing none, I will declare them approved by unanimous consent. The next preliminary item is the adoption of the resolution that governs the order of business, which is also in your packets. It provides that there are 75 minutes of debate on each recommendation, and that time can be extended for an additional 30 minutes by majority vote. The resolution also provides that pre-submitted amendments will receive priority. Is there any objection to the adoption of the resolution? Without objection, that is adopted. We'll turn now to the draft recommendations, which you'll find in your packet. We will show the red line version on the screen, but when we refer to the versions, we'll refer to the line numbers that are in your packet, not the ones on the screen, because those will change as we go. Our first recommendation of the day is agency investigative procedure, which comes from the Committee on Regulation. And I'd like to thank Chair Helen Serasio, Consultant Aram Gavor, Kaja Mlatke, and Adam Klein, and we'll get them up here. Yes, you have to move quickly to keep up with it.
Intern.
You got, let us know when you got this all set.
Trying to get them charged as long as possible. Turn all those off, sorry. Okay, make sure they're green before people stop talking. Turn them on red when you're done.
Those of you participating from the floor will need to have a microphone. These are not parting gifts, so you have to give them back after you use them. But when you get them, do tell us who you are and what your position is with HACUS. Let me turn this over first to Aram, and then Helen will tell us what the committee's views are. Aram?
Thank you so much, Ron. Thank you to the conference. It's an honor to be here. It's an honor to be a consultant for this. Just to clarify, this is the presentation of the report. Great. So this particular project focused on agency administrative investigative procedures, distinct from criminal investigative procedures, and also distinct from but related to other ACUS work products and recommendations involving agency enforcement manuals, agency algorithmic utilization of algorithms and adjudication, et cetera. The conference sought out several distinct features to be covered, 8 different topics of inquiry: agency practices for the initiation of an investigation, exchanges of evidence and arguments between agencies and the investigative targets, issuance of subpoenas and warrants, standards by which enforcement personnel consider evidence, public and non-public proceedings, negotiation and settlement procedures, standards by which enforcement personnel decide to terminate an investigation, negotiate with the target, pursue enforcement action, in an administrative judicial tribunal, and also the preparation and communication of recommendations that agencies take no action, settle, or whether they issue a complaint. The materials and the scope of my work did not cover undoubtedly relevant, but I entirely defer to the conference, subject matter such as the implication of jarkissi or some other recent Supreme Court decisions. Also, given the passage of time, especially given some of the subjects of investigation for purposes of this report, we decided to go pencils down when the initial research process concluded in around July or August 2024. So really what we're looking at as a snapshot of what existed at the time for the primary research phase of this project from May 2024 to July or August 2024. In terms of the agencies of inquiry to satisfy the charge set forth by the conference, I selected a basket of cabinet and independent agencies that have significant investigative functions, some of which have publicly available or intentionally published or FOIA-produced enforcement manuals or procedure documents. Those are the CFPB. I think I'm okay with acronyms here. So CFPB, Division of Enforcement, the EPA's Office of Enforcement and Compliance Assurance, the Trade Commission, the Communication Commission, HHS, FDA, the Department of the Treasury, as well as IRS. So, an agency within an agency prime, those types of models. And within the Department of the Treasury, I focused on OFAC, Office of Foreign Assets Control. And then finally, the Securities Commission, Division of Enforcement. The findings, or at least the recommendations drawn from my research, which is all contained in the report, I have 6 primary findings. First is that agencies should invest in publishing and maintaining a publicly accessible enforcement manual that gives detailed information on the investigation and enforcement process. That, of course, intersects with the enforcement manual recommendation that the conference made, I think, last year or the year before. Second, if the agency seeks information formally or informally from a subject of investigation, the agency should require staff to advise the subject on the general nature of the investigation and the potential violations being investigated, the amount of time that may be available for preparing and submitting a statement of recommendation before the start of an enforcement action. Third, independent agencies, commissions, or commissioners or other agency heads should be responsible for approving, signing, and issuing all compulsory process, even in a batch fashion. Fourth, agencies that use compulsory process that do not include immediate review of the scope and authority of the compulsory process or the ability to quash the compulsory process should at least explore whether it is appropriate to develop procedures to allow for that. Fifth, agencies should consider a SEC model Wells notice or a CFPB NORA, that's a notice of opportunity to respond and advise, respectively before the agency institutes an enforcement action. And sixth, agencies should send no action letters when an investigation is closed in good faith and no action will be immediately taken. Certainly with appropriate provisos, depending on the scope of the agency's statutory authority and the type of conduct that's being reviewed. Thanks so much. I'm available for any questions.
Ellen?
Thank you, Aaron. First, good morning, everybody. I want to start by thanking all the committee members. It was an engaging and thoughtful group of people that really worked on this recommendation, and they just gave it all. And so I think, it came up with this very impressive product. So I just want to thank everyone for all of that work. I want to leave a lot of time for debate, so I'm just going to quickly go over some of the highlights of what we discussed and how it's reflected in the recommendation. I'll just hit 4 things quickly. The first was, due to the fact that there are a variety of different types of agencies and agency authorities, we wanted to make sure that whatever we wrote accounted for that and was able to be used and transferred to the different types of agencies and the authorities that they have for enforcement and investigation. We realized we needed to clarify what we mean by investigation because everybody has different definitions and thoughts about that. And so we included in the recommendation a definition of what we mean by investigation. We thought it would be important for how the agency seeks information from the subject to be clear about it, whether it's being done informally or through a compulsory process. And then we realized we needed to define what we meant by compulsory process too, because different agencies in different processes and in different forms, that can mean different things. So we wanted to make sure that we clarified what we meant by compulsory and in the definitions in the way that we define this. And then when the agency is doing something that's more compulsory, how is the subject of that investigation able to either challenge it internally before it might go to a judicial venue, or how are we making sure that people higher up in authority, the agency, is aware of those compulsory processes being used. And so we made sure that that's also captured in the recommendation. The fourth thing that we thought was important to make sure was covered was not only subjects of investigation getting notice that they're a subject of an investigation, but when an agency terminates an investigation at some point, how do they notify the subject of that investigation that it's being terminated to? But also recognizing that there might be times when an agency, for a lot of reasons, might not be in a position to be able to do that. Give the flexibility for agencies to how that looks and when they do that, but also recognizing that for subjects of investigation, the challenges of just having something open for years and the impacts it can have on them too. So we wrestled with the language in here. I think you'll see it in the product for how to kind of thread that needle. But those were like the four main areas that I thought you'd be interested in, what we kind of discussed for the committee.
Thank you. We'll start with the first order of business of the manager's amendments. These amendments consist of non-substantive revisions. They're highlighted in yellow on the red line recommendation in your packets. Is there any objection to adopting the manager's amendments? Hearing none, these are adopted. And before we begin consideration of pre-submitted amendments, does any member seek recognition for the purpose of general discussion of the topic? Yes, you have to.
John Siegel, a senior fellow. First, let me compliment the committee and my GW colleague, Professor Gavor, on their fine work. I just had two questions. First, I wanted to ask, how would this recommendation apply to an agency such as the FBI or ICE, which are rather different from the agencies Professor Gavor mentioned that he talked with, and I feel probably would not think they could do much of what is recommended here. And then my other question is specifically with regard to recommendation 4, which provides that agencies should provide enforcement personnel with clear criteria to determine whether to proceed with an investigation. And I was just wondering what the committee has in mind for these guidelines. I mean, for example, if an agency said, well, our guideline is an investigation should proceed when the likelihood of discovering and proving an actionable violation and the severity of the potential violation justify the time and other resources that will be needed for the investigation, would that be sufficient to satisfy that recommendation?
So Helen, do you or Aaron want to take a first crack at those two?
Yeah, I can definitely do the FBI ICE, and then the others more on the policy side. So maybe for you. So great question, Professor Siegel, with regard to ICE and FBI with regard to how this recommendation intersects with those agencies. To the extent that they are engaging in a criminal investigation, these recommendations are sort of inert, right? The subject matter of this is civil administrative investigations. Now that said, there are relatively narrow civil investigative functions that some of these agencies do. So just extemporaneously thinking, immigration customs enforcement, homeland security investigations does investigate certain types of non-criminal immigration fraud that could arise to a non-criminal civil enforcement action brought by the Justice Department. I would suspect that the recommendation so framed would apply to purely non-criminal, as in from the start, non-criminal. I would say generally, though, one of the great, wonderful, unexplored areas of administrative law is the intersection between a civil and a criminal investigation that isn't fully covered by this report, given the scope of the work.
Helen, did you want to add anything to that?
Nope, covered it beautifully. And to your question number 4, I'm going to give you a classic attorney answer. It depends. So I think it's, I know, not terrible. It's written in a way that agencies have the discretion to determine what those factors are going to be for give, but the concept is, though, that there should be some, guidance that's given to the people that are doing the investigation to kind of consistently look at certain factors for what those factors are for each agency to determine about when they should be proceeding with an investigation. And some of that can depend on the authorities an agency has, the resources an agency has, and other various factors that they take into account when determining, when to be going forth with an investigation. So since we couldn't pin that down for them, we just drafted kind of broader language saying that they should have them, but it's really up to an agency to decide what those look like.
Thank you. Are there any other general comments before we proceed to specific amendments? We'll now proceed to the consideration of amendments proposed by the council. We have 3 council proposed amendments to this recommendation. The first amendment appears in line 26 in the clean version of the recommendation and proposes replacing the phrase timing considerations with, quote, the urgent need to respond to a particular situation, close quote. Is there, let me ask Helen, is this consistent with the meaning that the committee had in mind?
Yeah, it is.
Is there any discussion? Any objection? Hearing no objection, that amendment is adopted. The second council proposed amendment refers to line 60 in the clean version of the recommendation and proposes adding language to the preamble to explain that agencies should account for concerns that settlements may be used inappropriately in some circumstances. Is there any discussion of this? So, Bernard Bill, you had you're online.
Yes. Good morning. Yes, I had just about Bernard Bell, public member. Just had a quick question about what sort of things are contemplated with regard to this addition. So the principle sounds unobjectionable, but I'm not sure what is contemplated about something that would counteract the possibility of the abuse of investigations for purposes other than finding and addressing violations. And I know this is something that I guess the council inserted, and it's not something that sounds like that the committee or or Professor Gavor suggested. So I'm wondering where this is coming from and what you're contemplating.
Well, I think I can say on behalf of the council, this was merely a general recognition that there are both benefits and costs associated with some types of proceedings, and it was just more in the way of a recognition of that, and that agencies should be cautious when they proceed to engage in settlement activities to make sure that they are in service of the best interest of the agency and the public. I don't think it, as I recall the conversation, I don't recall anything more in that, but I will leave this to other council members or to Helen to speak to.
Yeah, if I may, we really didn't talk about this in the committee because it was outside the scope of what we were examining and talking about. So this was really about, the investigation itself. The report was really about investigation and didn't really touch about this aspect of settlements. So we really didn't talk about this. And so it doesn't really kind of reflect what we were discussing in the committee nor in the report too. So, and while it seems common sense, it doesn't. I think it might be something that is worth maybe examining more later, but not necessarily tied to this report.
Thank you.
Ricky Rivez, Senior Fellow. That's a question. Is this meant to address issues like those raised by SAP, Supplemental Environmental Projects? You know, because for example, it could be that an enforcement action is directed at getting fines that we paid to the federal treasury. I mean, that's typically what the remedy is. But the settlement might include some remediation activity to address the environmental program, which might not have been what the purpose of the action was, but it actually does serve the interest of what the action was about. And I worry that this language is kind of broad. I don't know how it would be interpreted. Under some interpretation, it seems quite unobjectionable. Under other interpretations, I think it delves into a very thorny issue that's been quite controversial for a long time. So I wonder if there's a way to, write this to basically sidestep the controversial issue and basically say, well, obviously government should never act for inappropriate reasons, which probably is, one could write something like this for everything, for every recommendation and every report. So I'd like to understand better what the thinking was and to what extent are we delving into this very thorny issue over which has been debate for decades.
Other comments? Any?
Hi, Feldblum. Don't know if I'm a senior fellow yet or still public member. Can't tell, but I really don't like voting against any council amendment, so I think it should, can stay. But I will tell you that when I read this sentence, I had the same question of what exactly are you talking about? So because the example was you don't have a settlement that agency personnel could not achieve through rulemaking. So somehow it's a settlement that asking for something you couldn't achieve through rulemaking or through some other adjudication. So all I'm saying is that it is unclear to me. I also think it's somewhat problematic that it's not something that committee was thinking about because it was about investigation. Again, any council amendment to me is something that feels important, but maybe we as a group just understand that this could use some further explication when we're looking at, for example, settlements.
Warren Belmar, Senior Fellow. I stand with the council's recommendation. I think it's not offensive in any way. And what it really is doing, to my mind, is saying that as you involve yourself in settlement of all the matters that you've already covered in the report, the agency should take particular care to make sure that they're not exceeding their authority. And so I would vote in favor of adopting the language as proposed.
Other?
David Pritzker, Special Counsel. I'm struck by the fact that in this proposed amendment, the actors are agency personnel rather than the agency. Shouldn't this say outcomes that the agency could not achieve?
Any comment on that? Or my guess is that's not something that the council would object to. There are two more hands here.
Eloise Pasikoff, public member and outgoing chair of administration and management. I wonder if we could, if we just delete the for example provision, that would allow the council's point to be generally made, but address some of the concerns that are being raised, and would also allow time for further study of the complexities and trade-offs. So that's sort of one suggestion, that we just delete the for example provision. And the other suggestion is that I wonder if in the beginning part of the sentence, instead of account for concerns that settlements may be used inappropriately, we want to just say something like agencies should ensure that settlements are not used inappropriately, full stop. Because account for concerns is sort of referentially outside to whose concerns, and what does it mean to account for them? Whereas what I think we're really getting at is just ensure that settlements aren't used inappropriately. But because I think we haven't really considered as a committee or as a body, the complexity is taking Ricky's point about SAPs and other things into consideration. I just wonder whether the council's substantive point might be better evaluated in the context of a broader agenda connected to that, and we therefore just delete that last bit of the sentence.
I just have one quick thing to add. I'm sorry, Nina Mendelson, senior member. I tend to agree with the points that have already been made, that this sentence is problematic because it does raise issues that the committee hasn't thoroughly considered, and because of issues that really seem to go beyond the scope of the recommendation. I think Eloise's fix would address it. Another possibility would be simply to handle this not in amendment number 2, but further down, council amendment number 8. Just treat this in the recommendation itself by saying, as the council amendment 8 already does, whether a form of expedited settlement would adequately achieve agency goals. Could leave that as is, or talk about adequately and appropriately achieving agency goals. I think the key point here is to signal to agencies, settlements, when they engage in them, should take account of the agency's authority and the appropriateness more broadly of agency goals that might be served in a settlement. I think that's already in the recommendation, and I'm not sure why we really need this additional sentence.
So I don't know if there are any motions being made here. I sense that there is some tweaking of language that is recommended that's probably acceptable to the council, in which case we can commit that to the Committee on Style. If we want to do something bolder, I think that would require a motion.
So I would say, again, I need a microphone.
Yes, you have to
Okay.
again name and.
Yes, right. Eloise Pasikoff, public member. So I guess I am moving to strike the material after the comma. Is that not, that doesn't sound like a Committee on Style point. The thing about modifying the beginning part of the sentence does sound like a Committee on Style point, but I think the suggestion to strike the words after the comma does to me sound like a substantive suggestion, and so I therefore move it.
So that is a motion, yes. Funmi.
Good morning, Fumi Alorni Babadajo, council member. I would agree with Eloise's amendment to the last part of that sentence, to strike it. I do not think that the recommendation to amend the first part is a Committee on Style. So if you want to move for that, let us know, but I would disagree with that edit. I actually think that substantively, that combined with the deletion substantively changes the point that the council was trying to make, which is that agencies, and I agree it should be agencies, not agency personnel, but agencies should account for this in the course of considering or discussing settlements. So I would agree with Eloise's point to delete the second part, but not to add the additional language at the top of the sentence.
So right now, I hear that the council is accepting the substitution of the agency for agency personnel, but not other parts of what is now Eloise's motion. Is there other discussion of this before we proceed to a vote? Yes.
Good morning. I'm Renee Landers, a senior fellow. And the other part of the sentence that I think is interesting is it says agencies should also account for concerns that settlements may be used inappropriately. This is the, triumph of the passive voice, who's using them and why. And so that settlements may be inappropriate in some circumstances. I don't know. Is that really what the council is trying to say?
Other discussion before we proceed to a vote?
Second.
Second.
Oh, a second? Do we have a second of the motion? Thank you. For one of a second? We have a second? Okay. We're all set. Anything else before we proceed to a vote? Okay, let me ask those in favor of the motion, say aye. Those opposed, say nay.
Can you just announce what we're voting for?
Oh. Do you want to?
Specifically, just say what we're voting on.
So we're voting right now on the green part of this recommendation of this amendment in the recommendation. So this would be a substitution of the parts that are deleted now for the original amendment. So we're not voting on the original amendment yet. We're just voting on the motion to amend that. Everybody got that? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Okay, so the motion to amend the council's amendment carries. The council's amendment is now on the floor for a vote. Is there any other discussion?
What have I heard it?
No, that was in there.
Oh.
It was in there. Thanks, Jeff.
Okay, all in favor of the council amendment as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay, the council amendment is now adopted as amended. We'll proceed to the next council amendment. The third amendment appears in line 112 of the clean version of the recommendation and proposes replacing decision makers with personnel to clarify and specify language as to those whose authority to make decisions at an agency will not prepare memoranda for themselves. Helen, let me just ask you, is this consistent with the committee's?
Microphone. Yeah, it's consistent. Thank you.
Okay. Is there any discussion of this amendment? If not, hearing no objection, the amendment is adopted. Let's see here. So we'll now turn to consideration of pre-submitted conference member amendments. And we have the first one is amendment number 1 from senior fellow Michael Hertz. This amendment applies to line 11 in the clean version of the recommendation and seeks to add a discussion in the preamble about the conference's stance on developing agency enforcement manuals, which comes from recommendation 2022-5. And Michael, I assume Michael is online?
Michael is here
Oh,
in the
there we
flesh.
go.
Yeah, here he
I
is.
did not see you there.
Hello, Ron. Michael Hertz, Senior Fellow. This was a somewhat amorphous suggestion. which was a response to my sense that, especially in light of the fact that the report had specifically suggested that there be a recommendation endorsing enforcement manuals, that the recommendation as drafted implicitly through silence more than anything else undercut that message a bit, which I took to be the message of 2022-5. The council in response has added this language in the preamble, and I'm okay with that. Okay, I think that an explicit statement that, hey, don't forget about 2022-5 and its essential endorsement. It's fine that it's in the preamble, and so I'm content with what is now in the text, with one exception. In the footnote, so it quotes from 2022-5 and then it drops a footnote, and the footnote adds an unnecessary parenthetical that says, noting that the development of agency enforcement manuals may not be appropriate for all agencies. And that's essentially said in the text that's quoted. B, it feels like a kind of gratuitous, again, undermining of the idea that agencies should have these, many agencies in appropriate circumstances, taking all factors into account, et cetera, should have these manuals. So I don't think that the parenthetical there does really any work, and it does undercut the basic message, which I think it's important to make. So I'd suggest deleting the parenthetical, and if the council is happy with that, I'm happy with what the council has done here.
So,
committee. Well, it was the council in response. Oh, was it the council or the committee?
It was staff incorporating your suggested edit.
Yeah, it was staff. Okay, I am happy with what the staff has done.
So,
credit where credit is due.
So, Michael, since you can't make a motion, is there someone who wants to? You want to frame your motion, and then we'll ask if someone wants to make it for you.
The motion would be to accept the amendment as it appears in the June 6th draft, with the exception that the parenthetical in footnote 7 would be deleted.
And would a voting member of the council like to make that motion? I mean, the council, I'm a voting member of the body here. Sorry.
Yes,
Okay. It's made, seconded?
Yes.
Okay. So it's made and seconded. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It is adopted. Michael, I think you had another.
So the next from me is on what was in the amended version. It's line 34. And on the screen, line 34 there. And this is very minor, and frankly, I don't care. And I was sort of surprised that it made it into the amendments that are up on the screen, given some other things that I felt more strongly about that did not, but we'll get to those later. Initiate is a sort of, is used throughout this recommendation as a kind of precise term of art, and I think initiate absolutely works here. Conduct in a more sort of lay sense made more sense to me, but I would be fine if no one makes this motion on my behalf.
I will say, for those of you looking for this is at line 29 in the clean version of the recommendation. Is there any?
So I'll explain the initiate. We had a lot of conversations about these words. So, initiate was intentional here about that starting point of when we begin so it was that demarcation line about when an investigation is being started, as opposed to conduct is like the process that's happening once we have started an investigation. So it was an intentional use of the word initiate there.
Thank you, Helen. Other discussion of this? Anyone want to make this as a motion? Okay, well, you're batting 500 here. It would lead the lead.
It depends. I think I'm batting 1,000.
So the next amendment is from Jeff Lovers, the special counsel, and it applies to paragraph 14C, line 136 in the clean version of the recommendation and replaces current language with relevant past misconduct, if any, by the subject of the investigation. And Jeff, would you like to discuss this? And then Helen, then we'll turn to you for comment on it.
Okay, Jeffrey Lubbers, special counsel. This was a friendly amendment. I just thought that the original language just would result in a yes or no answer. And I thought, I'm not wedded to this suggested language, but I thought it would be better to spell out, what kind of past misconduct there might have been. So if it's relevant.
You don't have to be so hardcore about this.
Well, I mean, I was a little surprised at this one, but anyway.
Helen?
It's perfectly fine. I think it still captures what we were attempting to do in there. So, thank you.
So since Helen finds it acceptable, I will simply ask before we ask for a motion to vote on it, if there's any objection. Hearing none, it's adopted. So now, Michael, you had one more? Okay.
No, I think the mic could have been given to me or Alan on this one.
You have to reintroduce
Sorry,
yourself.
Michael
We have
Hertz,
short
Senior Fellow.
memories.
We'll get it. Michael Hertz, Senior Fellow. I'm saying the mic could have been given, I think, either to Alan or me on this one because I think we have the same we tripped over the same problem, which was just language about a less formal process and asking whether instructing the agency to think about whether the more minimal process would be more efficient. And it seems as worded, well, yes, of course it would be more efficient because efficiency is treated in the original language as meaning involving less time and resources. And the real question is whether the gains in efficiency justify the arguable shortcomings, which is lower penalties, essentially. That's the one that's identified. And so this is simply, I don't think it's making a substantive change. I proposed a couple of possible tentative rewordings, and the staff went with what you see in front of you, and that seems fine to me. Just says whether the expedited proceeding, and then explains what the trade-offs there are, would adequately achieve agency goals. That's the essential point. And so I'm happy with the language as it's written here.
Just for people following this, this applies to paragraph 14E, lines 140 to 143 in the clean version. Alan.
Alan Morrison, Senior Fellow. I question the need for the words "a form of expedited." That is why this could happen at any time during the process before anything happens. So I wonder why we need those first three words there, a form of, whether it just should say a settlement.
I'll ask Helen for that before we turn to people online.
I mean, obviously, it happened. The earlier it happens, the more benefit there would be. But it just seems to me unnecessary. But I don't think it makes a whole lot of difference.
I think we called it out because some agencies do have specific processes for expedited settlement. And so this captures that unique situation of expedited settlement versus a typical settlement process. And usually for doing expedited.
That answers my question. Thank you.
So we have one person online, and then we will go to the audience here. Let me go first to Bernard Bell, and then we'll come back over here.
Yes. Hi, Bernard Bell, public member. I propose a modification of Michael's modification, and what I would add is, after adequately achieve agency goals, I would add while saving agency time and resources, so that it both captures what I think the committee initially intended, and captures the concept that Michael Hertz was brought to our attention as well. So I don't know if Michael would consider that a friendly amendment or not.
So, Michael.
Michael Hertz, Senior Fellow. It's totally friendly. I think it's unnecessary because of the reference to minimizing transaction costs within the within this clause between the dashes there, right? In other words, so form of expedited proceeding, what are we talking about? We're talking about something where on the one hand, there are reduced penalties, but on the other hand, there's less process, so there's fewer transaction costs. So we've saved agency time and resources. That's what what transaction costs is doing there. So I have no objection to Bernie's suggestion, but I think it's adequately covered.
Let me go to one more and then we'll ask. I don't believe we have a formal motion from a voting member on this yet, but.
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay, Nina Mendelson, Senior Fellow. A couple quick points. One is, if not all agencies have expedited settlement procedures, it seems confusing to call it out specifically here. I wonder if the Committee on Style could add a sentence maybe to the preamble indicating that, you know, some agencies may have expedited settlement procedures, and that's what the recommendation is meant to refer to. I also wanted to raise a separate question, which is I am questioning why the words "which reduces penalties" are in the recommendation. That seems to suggest that perhaps agencies ought to seek reduced penalties if they are settling. And I could certainly imagine cases where the penalty they would seek in a settlement would be exactly the same as what they sought in enforcement action. Of course, the target of an enforcement action might recognize that there's a clear violation, and they too would save resources by engaging in a settlement. So I actually wonder if we could just drop that language. I recognize there's a number of things on the table, but maybe after we finish dealing with the expedited settlement language, we could also take up the "which reduces penalties" language.
So we have two hands up here, and then Helen after that, if you want to respond.
Yeah, Jeffrey Lovers, Special Counsel. So Helen's answer about this only refers to expedited settlements raises some of the same concerns that Nina just raised. I mean, because any settlement should minimize transaction costs in lieu of the traditional administrative enforcement process. So if this only refers to or only covers expedited settlements, not only is it not explained in the preamble, but are we saying anything about traditional settlements?
Charlie Yordia, Department of Education. I realize this is probably kind of like surplus, but from my perspective, there's a lot of controversy sometimes involving agencies' goals. We're talking about agency goals and the degree to which they're, mandated by statute versus some kind of agenda by the staff at a particular agency. So I wonder if adding something after agency goals, like adequately achieve agency goals and fulfill agency statutory obligations or something along those lines, because that could be something that somebody weighing whether or not to engage in a settlement would consider, whether the agency is going to be criticized for rolling over on an investigation because of some kind of non-statutory objective of the staff.
So just in response to that, I'm quite sympathetic to that, and indeed because the language I proposed was to refer to agency enforcement goals, which I think narrows it, avoids the complications you have in mind, and I still personally would prefer that, but I leave it to someone else to so move.
So just for the record, as we're keeping track, that's Michael Hertz, who's a senior fellow, and Helen. I know that it's hard to keep remembering to do that. I recall having this problem in other meetings.
I'm remembering to do it. I just can't remember my own name, so I just rush ahead.
That's why you're a senior fellow.
Exactly.
So there's a lot to respond to here, so I will try to adequately cover it all quickly. We called out expedited settlements because typically, and I think what the research showed and what my own experience in federal agencies are, is as part of an expedited settlement, agencies typically do reduce penalties, or there's really no incentive for someone to enter through an expedited settlement. So that's why that is actually called out in the language here, trying to explain what an expedited settlement is. And so we thought that was important to capture there. And that's why it's also kind of called out separately than the rest of the settlement processes, because I think those are kind of understood, and this is a unique aspect of settlement, so that's why we included it in there. I think saying, adequately, sorry, I didn't bring my readers, everyone, so I'm struggling with reading the screen. Adequately achieve agency goals. I think that new language, flipping it is and saving agency time and resources. I think that would not go against what the committee discussed and voted on, because we did recognize that one of the inducements to doing this is it's an efficiency thing, and yet it's still meeting like the statutory goals of an agency, right? And so I don't think the committee would have an issue with that change in the language, but if anybody does, raise your hand. What did I miss? Any other points? Preamble. I think including a sentence in the preamble is not a bad idea, so I would not object to that.
So is there any other comment? We're going to need approval for an extra 30 minutes of discussion. We have 30 minutes remaining? Oh, that's not, we need 30 minutes. Never mind. I could be a senior fellow too soon. Kaja, would you like to recap where we are on this particular amendment?
I'll have Adam do it.
All right, so I'm gonna do my best here, but just so everybody knows, I've never done this before. So here we go. Let's see. So it looks like our first is whether expedited settlement, which, and then we delete the reduces penalties and, so it reads whether expedited settlement, which minimizes transaction costs in lieu of the traditional administrative enforcement process, would adequately achieve agency goals. Oh, you're good? Okay. While saving agency time and resources.
Yes.
Can we get a mic?
Okay, so we need to have two separate assessments. One is, should we remove which reduces penalties? Nina should decide whether, based on what you heard, you still want that as a request, in which case we vote on that, yes or no, and then let's vote on the added language that Michael had as amended by Bernard. Hi, Feldman, public member.
I think what's right now on the floor has that out, not in. So it, as read, I believe the language which reduces penalties and would be out.
Exactly, that's the only vote right now.
I take, yeah, Nina Mendelsohn, thank you, senior fellow, also joining the ranks of senior fellows who cannot remember what to do. To Helen's point, that the language on reducing penalties was added because it specifically refers to expedited settlement policies. I would just simply say, I think the reference to expedited settlements for agencies that do not have a policy might actually be confusing. And so, if this is meant to refer to very specific policies when agencies have them, I think it would be great to say that. But if we're otherwise just referring generally to expedited settlement, then I think it would be appropriate to delete the reduces penalties language, because agencies may have a wide variety of approaches to settlements if they don't have one of these specific policies. So I would still like to see that language deleted, again, because agencies may have a range of circumstances with respect to their settlement policies.
Eloise Pasick, a public member. So I would be happy to move that. I'm not exactly sure procedurally where we are. So I am happy to move that. Secondly, can we just make the screen bigger? Can we please, it's at 125 or something. Can we make it 150 or something? So, okay.
So
Thank
we'll all be
you.
senior fellows. This is gonna-
Yes, shortly to be a senior fellow.
So I think that it is preferable to vote on the motion as is, and then if we want to add something back, do a subsequent motion, because as we sort of accumulate, it gets a little bit too difficult. So right now, as long as people have that in mind, we'll take one more comment here.
John Siegel, Senior Fellow. I would just like to suggest a potential compromise between Professor Mendelson and the committee chair. How about changing it to which may reduce penalties and minimize transaction costs? That keeps in the concept of reducing penalties, but the word may would indicate that it might not always be part of the expedited settlement.
Is that acceptable, Helen, to you on behalf of the committee?
Yes, that's acceptable.
And,
Nina Mendelson, Senior Fellow, and now Amplified. That's not agreeable to me. I just don't see the need to call out a penalty reduction specifically at all. There are lots of different things a settlement could do, and I'm not sure why we need to signal that. The key part of the settlement is that it would minimize transactions costs in lieu of the traditional administrative enforcement process, and that seems very appropriately in the recommendation. So I'd like to see the language. I'd love an up or down vote on the deletion of the reduced penalties language.
So we'll take the motion as is and then come back with the second piece. And we have one last comment from Michael.
Michael Hertz,
Okay.
Senior Fellow.
And
I
we're
think
happy to have you.
Speak for yourself. I think that this is a little bit ships missing in the night, and because I think what I'm hearing from Nina and what I'm hearing from Ellen are slightly different. The reducing the penalties, as I understand the proposal, is not, well, it's a settlement, of course, it reduces penalties. We will get even lower penalties in this kind of settlement than we would have gotten in another settlement, because it is this special procedure, this particular expedited review procedure. And built into the expedited review procedure is, among other things, we're going to end up with a lower sanction. And that's one of the things that requires consideration. So Nina, I actually think this should stay in, but I think the really real way to do it is to put 2 or 3 sentences into the preamble to make it clear there is such a thing as an expedited procedure that some agencies have. And one of the things it comes with is more minimal procedures and lower penalties. And then all this has to do is say, whether an expedited settlement will satisfy agency enforcement goals. And that's essentially becomes a defined term within the context of the recommendation.
Eloise Pasick, a public member. So following up on that then, if there's a definition in the preamble, could we then just delete everything that's in the M- set-off clause? Because then it would be defined in the preamble, and then we could just have the substance here. So I guess that, I mean, again, I've a little bit lost track of where we are on order of things, but I suppose that is now, I am now reflecting 2 senior fellows trying to combine this, I guess. So I guess I am suggesting that the motion is to, 1, add that definition to the preamble, and then 2, to delete the material inside the M- phrase.
Now, let me ask, Kaja, is this officially Bernard Bell's motion? Or it's Eloise's motion? Is this,
Right,
so it's your motion. So if that's what you want to change it to, let's just put, I want to make sure we have clearly before the body what we're voting on now.
So again, Eloise Pasikoff, and my motion is to add a sentence in the definition, sorry, a sentence of definition of expedited settlement, plus a statement that some agencies have this mechanism to the preamble. So that's the first suggestion. And then the second suggestion that goes along with that is to delete the material, including the M dashes and everything in between that.
Now, is that clear? Everybody know what we're voting on here?
So I
All
think
in
I need a
fa-
second.
All in favor, say aye.
She needs a second.
You have a second.
We had a hand in the back for a second.
Susan.
Yeah, there you go. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Yeah, this captures it.
All opposed, no.
No.
All confused? Okay, the amendment is adopted. Are there any floor amendments that people want to? We're not done. What do we have left on this? What's the remaining piece here?
So best I can tell everybody is we still need to vote on getting rid of a form of expedited settlement and just keeping whether expedited settlement.
Is that still on the floor? Or is that out of your motion now?
Well, I guess I didn't necessarily clarify that. So I don't think it can. Eloise Pasikoff, public member, because I did not specify that that was part of my motion. I think it was not part of my motion formally. I don't object. I mean, I think, are there any other public members in the room? I feel like I am carrying the weight of a lot of people here.
not
I am
part of your
happy to
motion,
do
it's
so.
not
I
on
love
the floor.
proposing modified language, but I also do not want to hog the floor. So please, folks, join me if you would like to. So I don't have any objection to deleting a form of. I don't think it's that. That feels a little like a committee on style thing to me once we have now defined the term. So I guess I would say I don't really think there needs to be a motion for it.
At this point, I'm not hearing you're compelled to move it.
I am not compelled to move it, but I think it feels like a committee on style point.
Okay, so noted. Yes.
Alan Morrison, Senior Fellow. I made this comment in written comments before. It did not get into the proposed amendments. It relates to subsection 12 D and E. And in both places, you have the phrase "as applicable." And I wondered why they needed it in either or both places, and they don't apply other places as well.
We're still on 14, or what are we on 14? We're still on 14E, so we'll come back to that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was noted and approved.
No, we do still have a few amendments that we need to address,
apologize.
including the one that you did initially amend. So we do need somebody to move that one and the additional edits that came from the floor.
So we have three hands up, and we'll
Warren
start with-
Belmar, Senior Fellow, still batting 0, so give me a chance on this one. Subsection F of 14, I think is either unnecessary because you wouldn't start the negotiations if you didn't think there was a reason for negotiating, or if it's to have any meeting at all, rather than deleting it, instead of saying whether the public interest would weigh in favor of negotiating a settlement, you've already crossed that bridge, in favor of executing or finalizing the settlement. So I first suggest just deleting it. I think it's already included in the introduction. But if it's to remain, then I'd make it addressing the particular settlement, whether the public interest justifies the execution of it.
Thank you. We are
Negotiated
still on
settlement.
14E. So we will note that for the next discussion. Ron Bernard Bell has decided to move the rest of the revisions on 14E. So we will move on with that. We do need to take a vote on 14E first before we move on.
So he's moving the language that is up there in green or blue?
Both.
Okay. Now, will this be clear to people who are watching us online?
Adam will read it one more time, and what he is reading is what the vote will be on, whether or not we adopt it or not.
Okay. And is there a second?
Second.
Okay. So this is now on the floor. And so the conversation right now should be devoted to this motion. Is there any discussion on this motion? We have two members with hands up.
Okay, Adam, would you first read what you believe is the motion?
Absolutely. So under sub E, whether expedited settlement would adequately achieve agency goals and fulfill agency statutory obligations while saving agency time and resources.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to go with my card that says I'm still a public member. And I would move simply for the moment Michael's first addition, which is a deletion of be more efficient for agency time and resources, which I agree is sort of within settlement. I believe based on a discussion before, it was suggested that enforcement should go in front of goals, and Michael thought that was good. So my motion would be to have it say would adequately achieve agency enforcement goals, period. Okay, not adding any of the other stuff. That's the motion. If people then want to move to add other things, which I would probably vote against, that's fine for afterwards, but that would be my motion.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Chai Feldblum, public member.
All right. So that is a motion that amends the motion on the floor. So this is the limit. This is the limit of the motions we can have on.
This is a completely new.
But Bernard already had the motion on the floor, Chai.
So
Bernard
so
had him up.
so if you don't want to do that, we're going to stick with Bernard's motion first.
And that was that whole. Yes.
Yeah. And so we'll come back to you on that. Otherwise, we're going to keep on going with this one. Yes.
Charlie Yorty, Charlie, is that on? Oh, okay, I can't hear myself. Sorry, I'm new. Charlie Yorty, Department of Education.
You
So
have to announce yourself one more time.
Charlie Yorty, Department of Education. I just wasn't sure if the bracketed language was going into the motion, and then since it was read as part of the motion, I was going to simply speak in favor of the motion exactly as is. I think that the mention of statutory obligations is valuable. And if it were up to me, between that and the agency goals language, I'd remove agency goals and just have statutory obligations to make clear that agencies are not operating on goals that are outside of their statutory authority. And I think that's something that the government's been criticized about enough, and most agencies would probably be happier to have it highlighted that when they're using their discretion to do things like settle something, that they're operating still squarely within their statutory mandate and not engaging in some kind of amorphous, quote, agency goals.
Yes.
So
Caroline Siciliano, Senior Fellow. Do you mean authority rather than obligation? Because enforcement is a matter of exercising enforcement discretion. So I think, are you supporting the use of the word statutory authority instead of obligation there? Is that a question? Okay, thank you.
Let me ask Helen if she has, on behalf of the committee, a reaction.
Yeah, I will say, I think it was an important point with the committee about one of the reasons agencies in their discretion choose to do the expedited settlement. It does save time and resources for an agency. And so I think by taking that out, we are losing an important point that was being captured in the committee discussions, is that it's both your an agency is working under its authority, but it's making these discretionary choices based off of limited resources it has to. And that is a legitimate reason for an agency to decide to do something. So I think it's balancing those interests and equities come into play.
One more comment here, and then we'll go to a vote.
Eloise Pasica, public member, if I'm allowed to do a friendly amendment to what is there to kind of accommodate some of what I'm hearing, what if we have adequately achieve agency goals within the scope of statutory authority? And I very much like the idea of keeping statutory authority connected to agency goals, recognizing that there may be times when agency goals may become unmoored from what actually is within the scope of statutory authority.
Jeffrey Lubbers, special counsel. This is very trivial, but shouldn't we put an article like whether an expedited settlement would do the following things? I mean, A, B, C, and D are all about a particular investigation. So I think that's my suggestion.
Any further comments? Are we ready to vote? Adam, would you like to restate one more time what it is we are voting on at this point? And
Within,
then we'll do it.
Absolutely, yeah. So for sub E, whether an expedited settlement would adequately achieve agency goals within the scope of statutory authority while saving agency time and resources.
All in favor, please say aye. Those opposed? I think it passes. Okay. Are there other amendments to be offered on this point? Okay. Are there amendments on any other matter? Okay, we've got. Okay, so Warren, you have one on 14 still?
Yes. Warren Belmar, I thought that the introduction to recommendation 14 covered the decision that it would be in the public interest to discuss negotiating a settlement. And if that's correct, then we don't need paragraph F. If paragraph F, however, is talking about whether the negotiated settlement is in the public interest, then I would amend the language in F to just say that whether the public interest would weigh in favor of finalizing the negotiated settlement.
Helen, any reaction?
Sorry, I'm thinking for a second. It's a good point. Because this is talking about the beginning of entering into a negotiation, right? And you never know what the other party is going to do. They might say, think you know. So I think that might be why we were talking about the negotiating, the entering into part and not the finalizing part in here. So we were looking at if it's a public interest to even begin this process. So we weren't focused as much on the actual settlement. Because, yeah, because, yes.
Does someone want to move Warren's motion of a voting member?
What would the motion be? Just to strike it.
I was suggesting two alternatives. One, to delete it as unnecessary on the assumption that the agency wouldn't commence the negotiations to begin with if they didn't think it was in the public interest. But if indeed this is to be included, I would then not talk about the public interest being in, how was the language there? In favor of negotiating a settlement, I changed it to in favor of finalizing the negotiated settlement. Assuming that it's the staff that makes the recommendation to the decision makers in the agency as to whether approve what was negotiated.
Let me just ask if we have a voting member who will make one of those motions. You got to increase the pay to the voting members, Warren.
Still better than zero.
Are there other amendments to be proposed from the floor before we move to a final vote? Yes, Alan.
Alan Morrison, Senior Fellow. I submitted these comments and they didn't get into the proposed amendments. These relate to paragraph 12D and E. And in each one, at the end, there is a phrase "as applicable." And I wondered why those two insertions are there, but not in others. And I thought always, everything was always as applicable to begin with. So my suggestion would be if I could make the motion to strike those two as applicables, absent some explanation. But since I do not have the power to make the motion, it's just a suggestion so far.
Let me just ask Helen first if there is acceptance or.
So this is talking about before we go from the investigation stage to when an agency might do either an administrative enforcement or judicial enforcement. This is that interim space. And due to the different nature of some agencies and the way they're set up, whether it's an independent agency or otherwise, the ability for I call them respondent in the agency, to respond to evidence or to submit additional evidence may or may not be available. And so due to that, we had this discussion. We thought it would be appropriate here to say as applicable, just to kind of make clear that for some agencies, for some responses, this is not actually a path that's applicable. And so we didn't want to create a recommendation here that clearly was going to go up against some statutory authorities, regulatory authorities agencies had, which is why it got called out here.
So I think Don Elliott has asked to be recognized on this point.
Well, I'm not sure it was on this point. It was when you said, are there any other amendments before we take a vote? So it's not on this point. It's on a different point, Mr. Chair.
We'll come back to you in a moment.
Thank you.
Any other discussion on this point? We have no motion on the floor. Okay, back to you, Don.
Donald Elliott, Senior Counsel. I was, as a former agency general counsel who was responsible for trying to implement ACUS recommendations, I was confused by the language in what is the first sentence of recommendation 2 about determining if there should be a coordination with another agency, which uses the concept of before taking investigative acts. I was confused by what taking investigative acts meant and how that's different than the concept of initiating an investigation that's used multiple times elsewhere. I don't know how to fix these, or I would have suggested some language, but I do think that this is very ambiguous in terms of what actually goes on inside agencies. So I think we should try to be clear, and if we're not meaning something different in recommendation 2 than we mean elsewhere when we say initiate, I think we should be consistent. But I think they're both confusing. Just as a practical matter, agencies like my old agency, EPA, sometimes have discussions with states about an ongoing situation and whether or not the feds are willing to take it over. Would that constitute an investigative act? Would it constitute initiating an investigation? I really don't know. So my plea is to be a little bit clearer about what we mean, particularly in recommendation 2. And if we mean the same thing as we mean by initiate elsewhere, we should be consistent in the usage.
Ellen, any?
Yeah, here, and I'll let either or the committee members. Yep. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there was a bit of a distinction between the coordination that might happen in different steps of an investigation, not that could influence, like, sometimes you need to talk to another agency or states, sometimes you don't. That wasn't influencing the decision whether or not to begin the investigation. But it couldn't sometimes too. So now I'm wondering what kind of change we might want to make to this. I'm going to look at Aram.
What I can do is I can tell you the premise of why the terminology is there. So it's a nuanced question when an agency takes some action to engage in a non-generalized compulsory information gathering process, which would be sort of an investigative act for purposes of this term, as opposed to when they actually start the investigation. So not every single time an agency is seeking compulsory information on a specified basis does an investigation per se exist. But almost every time when an investigation does indeed exist, there involves some level of compulsory non-generalized information gathering. So that's why those terms sort of exist as separate terms, because you can engage in an agency can engage in investigative acts without an actual investigation, sort of like a precursor to something like that. So this is just the very best attempt for a trans-substantive, all-administrative state terminology. What you do with that is your choice.
Just a comment on that. I think it would be helpful. I'm glad to understand it now. Perhaps to either give some examples of what we have, what we mean by investigative acts, say before taking investigative acts such as issuing compulsory process or whatever, or to give it a definition such as investigative actions that may affect persons outside the agency. But I hear your point about the difficulty of coming out with a concept that applies across multiple different configurations. But I think the vagueness about before taking investigative acts is so great that it will defeat the goal, because it isn't clear at all at what stage. So, you could even say before committing significant agency resources. But I just find the concept of investigative acts to be so vague that it's really unenforceable.
So I like the suggestion of using a such as to give an example. So, if we had before taking investigative acts, such as the use of a compulsory process, I think that gives an example, sheds light on a little bit, and yet still leaves a little of room for agencies to then apply it however works well for them.
Yeah, I think that would be certainly acceptable to me, and I think it's an improvement. It may not completely solve the problem, but I think it helps a lot.
I think that goes now to the Committee on Style. We are at our time limit for discussion and debate on this particular recommendation. Let me ask for unanimous consent to extend the time so we can wrap up any other issues that we have before moving on. It doesn't obligate us to use up the additional 30 minutes in full. Hearing no objection, we are extending debate. Arjun Garg, I think, is on the line and had an issue with respect to recommendation number 6. Arjun?
Thanks very much, Arjun Garg, public member. This recommendation discusses the exchange of information and evidence between the subject of the investigation and the agency. I think certainly in principle that can be in both directions. I wonder whether a reader typically will actually read it that way and realize this could be in both directions, meaning not only the subject giving information to the agency, but the agency giving its information and evidence to the subject. So I wanted to offer a suggestion of maybe a way to make that clearer, but also to hear from the committee whether that's consistent with their intent to have this be really both directions. And so the suggestion would be to add comma at the end of the sentence, comma, including procedures that the agency may offer for the subject of an investigation to receive evidence in the agency's possession. And I welcome ideas for making that more concise or reactions. Thank you.
Arjun, would you mind just repeating the
For the
last?
subject of an investigation to receive evidence in the agency's possession.
So let me ask Helen, Aram, if you have a reaction.
I'll say this isn't something we discussed in the committee, so it's a new concept. I'll let Aaron talk about what's in the report about this.
Hi, Arjun. So for my scope as a consultant is limited. So for purposes of the report, I do think it's covered, although I can't immediately think to the pin site. And certainly the spirit of the report would support such a proviso. But then I defer then to Helen for purposes of the policy, and it indeed wasn't discussed. That is a fact at the committee level.
So acceptance, non-acceptance.
I'll speak further about the text that was put on the screen. I would not say in the course of the investigation. Specifically, I was thinking in the agency's possession, which if you say in the course of the investigation, it leaves open received by whom. Also, sometimes there's evidence of not necessarily developed in the course of investigation that the agency has.
Any other comments? So this is a motion. Is there a second? So it's been moved and seconded.
Hi, Feldblum, public member. Part of this is allowing Helen and other members of the committee a little more time to think. But I can understand that it wasn't discussed in the committee, and that really you're thinking agencies should develop clear procedures to facilitate the subject to send in more information. That makes a lot of sense. But when I think about how agencies proceed, having them also include procedures for a subject to receive evidence in the agency's possession, I mean, that sounds policy-wise like a good idea. And the procedures would, it's not like the agency has to give everything all the time, but it would be procedures by which they would do it. So, I mean, I'm a little on the fence, and that's why I'm really curious, at least some reaction from either Helen or other committee members as to whether they feel this is a good idea.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about the both deliberative and statutory authorities of agencies that might be doing this. And is this setting up an expectation that as an agency is working through the processes of receiving information and determining what to do, that they're disclosing that information or need to be disclosing that information maybe prematurely or in a way that could impact the investigation? So I'm trying to balance that interest and concern with this statement. So if there's a way, because I kind of like the facilitating the exchange of information because it leaves it ambiguous enough that it could work both ways about the information that the agency gives to the subject of the investigation. By calling this out, do we need to give a little bit of a little buffer there to capture like when in the investigation, and in a way that does not maybe negatively impact the investigation?
Okay, we have two hands here.
So just
Aye, and then Eloise.
member, based on this, I'm just going to withdraw my seconding of the motion. Someone else can, but I really do think that facilitating the exchange of information, inherently exchange, can be both ways, and I think it's probably better to leave it like that.
So Adam, you have the current version of the proposal? Yes, and we have.
Eloise Pasikoff, public member. I'm a little uncomfortable with adding the additional language, both because the report doesn't really cover it, the committee didn't deliberate on it, and because I think that exchange of information already captures it. And so if we call out one thing in particular and not a variety of other things, I think we're kind of putting a thumb on the scale for something that we just haven't had enough time to do the research on and think clearly about. And because I don't think it's not included in the language that's already there, I think it leaves it appropriately within agencies' varied authorities and expectations.
All right, we're ready to proceed. Did you want to add something else, Helen?
Well, I think
Yeah.
she withdrew her second, so I don't think you have a motion right now.
Let's vote on it and I can vote no. Thank you.
Okay.
So we have something to vote on here.
Yeah, your name.
I'm going to have Adam state exactly what that is, and then we're going to vote.
All right. Agencies should develop clear procedures and include such procedures in enforcement manuals for facilitating the exchange of information and evidence between the subject of an investigation and the agency, sorry.
That's not part of the motion. That's already there, isn't it?
Mhm.
So you just want to clarify. Sorry, but you're clarifying that the next part is the motion.
Correct.
Otherwise, people will vote on the whole thing. Okay. Great.
All right. Including procedures that the agency may offer for the subject of the investigation to receive evidence within the agency's possession.
That's the language we're voting on, the last bit. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Nay?
Nay.
I think the nays have it. So are there any other matters to take up before we proceed to a final vote? Hearing none, let me just say, is there a motion to adopt the recommendation as amended? Okay, I hear a motion and a second. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. The recommendation as amended is adopted. Our thanks to the committee and consultants and would people like a short break before we move to the next recommendation? I see yes, and I hear questions, where are the bathrooms again? We will resume in 10 minutes.
See you. You must be so happy to be sitting and watching Ron up there, knowing that you've been there so many times. Yeah.
It's actually better.
We go every year.
Wow.
And another week.
It's much better sitting.
How are you doing?
Okay. So you're off the hook today?
Yes. I don't know if you heard all the. We do not have sufficient people to draft a recommendation.
You're good. I know. Congratulations.
Are you seeing things here?
I
have my own. Yeah.
I think we
That's
have
fine.
one for
So
that.
I am seeing it.
I wasn't
turned
seeing
it. I turned it off for you so
That's
that you
fine.
wouldn't get distracted by
Thank
it.
you.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Of course.
I just couldn't figure out why I didn't see it.
No, you're good.
I would not make it. We're gonna be here. It's kind of how
There were just too many.
How's married life?
Thank you.
Are
Okay.
you still counting the weeks?
Yeah, well, so.
I'm sure that was in here somewhere.
I think it was.
She literally will. I'm like, pretty sure.
Thanks, Sergeant.
How are you?
Yeah.
Well, may have retired me from it.
You had the kids with you for
Going through the federal.
Not right now.
Which is going there. Right now.
They also will get.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I saw it. I have my own footnote that says that
We're also.
you're gonna have.
They're in a move to Richmond.
Yeah,
I was gonna
Well,
I'm
what
gonna
the
be
hell?
going to the parade. My house is all torn up, and men everywhere, and this week they're in the kitchen.
Oh, that's the worst.
That is.
Yeah.
is
How
the
long have
worst.
you been in that house?
I
So I know that kind of. Yeah, I've been in my house now.
Pretty much.
Well,
Settled
many
on
years,
strategy.
more than 10.
Protests
So yeah,
everywhere
things
in
start
the
stop
United
working. Like this doesn't look as good.
How's your son?
Well, he's good. He's good. He's six. Still sick.
Connected by
Yeah, he had his kindergarten graduation this past weekend.
Oh, that's sweet.
Which was unfortunate. They had to schedule
Takes after his father, no doubt.
Yeah. Unfortunately, they scheduled the graduation before.
No, but we're gonna be at
Like, well, I don't have to. I think the misbehavior is increasing every day. We only have a week more.
Yeah,
okay. Great to see you. We got. I was feeling for you up there, man. I know.
Probably yeah, actually, no, we do have a. Every year. We have like one of those old, like, yeah.
Okay.
Not an M1A1.
I agree. 80 years old.
That's like my favorite part of it.
I'm worried.
Yeah.
Dexter?
Yeah.
We love cars. Yeah, we love cars.
Yeah,
I think it's.
Well,
Yeah, you probably
enjoy
drive
the
by my
dinner
house.
and leave.
Did you drive all the way there? We were justifying our decision. No one. No one.
Yeah, that's
My friend, the oncologist, always says that RV is something else to see.
We're on
fine.
road. The next time you're doing it, it's still, it's. That's great. Congratulations.
Yes. Nice relax.
It's fun, right?
I'm gonna remove myself now. I wasn't afraid of cars.
Get all this energy. Maybe have a bagel.
I feel like I'm already. I don't have any reason
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I guess
Well, I will say if it makes you feel any better, we'll schedule first and the one that is always like. So.
okay.
But I mean, you really.
I thought you were gonna seem like things stop signs.
Oh.
So people are all worn out.
Mine are always in the afternoon because mine are first. I was gonna say, yeah, I mean, I'm not into that. I don't get either. The ones we did receive, I think are fine. So I'm just hoping that nothing comes out of it. But I really can't anticipate what it could be, like, that people would have a problem with. I think that we, at the committee level, really did a good job of, like, focusing on when it's appropriate, maybe not all the time, and which is appropriate, what methods. So, but we'll take it.
Yeah, well, I was thinking about like what these recommendations
Yeah.
basically pulling together a lot of.
I was gonna ask Ron said nice things about
Updating the recommendations with like new technology
Yes,
and
yes.
drawing some guidance or
Right. I mean, yeah, I think public participation has been invaluable. Well, communication, and here's what. So I think that's literally. So hopefully. Don't be nervous. I don't.
No.
Was he back?
We hit this.
Okay.
I saw him there.
Oh, that's amazing.
That was pretty rough.
Okay.
Pretty rough.
Yeah.
It was in this exact same room.
Yeah.
And I remember afterwards being like, and I was having like a reminder.
Yes. Do you see Michael is here now?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got together for dinner last night.
No, I mean, first. He was like, oh, I was like,
but I said, like, actually,
You got married too.
I did.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I said you'll be saving space and also busy.
There you go. Yeah, yeah. And we're actually right out far off on hopefully everything's good. So we have like a situation, so we bring it, like, yeah. So there'll be food here. We won't start.
Well, I was just like,
Just like typing.
Yeah.
Where did you guys
All
go
right,
for
go
dinner
get
last
started.
night? Were you in Japan?
Yes, and I'm forgetting the name. It was on 8th.
Okay.
I'll tell you the name because it's really good.
Okay. You probably know better than me.
Yeah, Anji.
Okay.
I would say it's very good, and it's also like a good. Thank you for that. Like fun.
Okay.
Good,
Oh, I would love to keep it there.
Right. Yeah, yeah. Well, I'm always looking. Well, my dad's. So I'm always looking for places to give him when he comes. There's actually a Korean place right across the street from my apartment, and it's like.
I wonder what he would think because my sense is it's like
So it's more modern.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, no, we definitely. I think he's okay.
Yeah.
But I don't like the traditional.
Uh-huh. Yeah, no, this is very pretty high end.
Okay.
Little.
So yes, that's good for me. Right, exactly.
Oh my God, really?
Where do you live?
I live in Mount Vernon. So we're on
my favorite time. Let me give you my
M-ish? Okay, so then I'm on our office is this is there. Yeah, I know.
I spent
Oh, that'll be nice.
Okay.
Doing national security.
Okay.
It's so different.
Yeah, I'm probably my campus is newer, but it's
Issues coming up.
It's gonna be perfect. 10 out of 10.
I know, it's been so long.
I remember there was
Yeah.
You were
Oh, that was.
Then you went to council.
I went to council office.
I hired
Really? Wow. Yeah.
People?
Yes, of course. Really? Yeah. So glad that everyone. What was that? But Tiffany's so great.
Oh, did he say Walmart again?
Yeah. Oh, such a smart, such a he came back. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, I see. That's basically like the landing team.
Yeah,
getting everything set up, which is so hard, as you know.
The special ops people.
Yeah. Oh, that work is really fun. It was tough. Biden transition because of COVID.
Oh.
Thank you. Yep, that's all. Thank you. Welcome back.
Yes, I'm gonna ask. 2 a.m. today?
Yeah, this morning, up till with him till 4. So, you know.
I want to start with just one carryover piece of business from the prior recommendation, which is at the conclusion, I should have thanked our committee chair and our consultant and everybody who participated in that and had a round of applause. So a delayed round of applause. I told you I was no good at following scripts, and I wasn't lying to you. So our second recommendation of the day is consultation with state, local, and tribal governments in regulatory policymaking. We ran out of title room, otherwise we would have added a few more words to that. This comes to us from the Committee on Rulemaking, and we would like to thank Committee Chair Bertrand Ross and consultants Dan Rodriguez and Seth Davis and staff counsel Bakaja Caldwell. I will say that if you want to make faces, almost all of them are online rather than here. Bakaja is here, the rest are online. They can't see what you're doing. So let me start off first with Seth and Dan on the report, and then Bertrand on the committee's proceedings. I don't know whether Seth or Dan wants to start.
So I'll start, and let me first ask, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Yes. That's a yes. Okay. I was under strict instructions to keep this to 2 minutes, and I know you have a lot of work to do, so I'll do my best. But I will take 20 seconds of those 2 minutes to first of all apologize. Neither Seth nor I could be here for bizarre and separate reasons that I won't bore you with. But in any event, appreciate your indulgence by letting us join online. And very much enjoyed both of us working on this report. And we would both be remiss if we didn't give a special thanks to Bakaja Caldwell, whose work on this report went well beyond logistics and was very much substantive. And so we want to thank Bakaja for her tremendous work in this report. So again, I won't in the interest of time and your energy belabor the report and the recommendations. There's plenty of time to look at that. Our remit, as it were, was to learn about the status of state, local, and tribal consultation in agency policymaking, including but not limited to rulemaking. And we did so with the effort and energy that went into our study, which is the methodology of which is described in the report. And I will say, as a spoiler alert, that we did identify a number of deficiencies in how consultation was happening with respect to state, local, and tribal governments. I should have mentioned at the outset that Seth and I sort of split this report with me taking the lead on state and local consultation and he in tribal consultation, but certainly the final work product, both the report and our input into recommendations reflected a collaborative effort. So we were in the study working with and learning from multiple stakeholders, given the nature, of course, of this project, and that included regulatory agencies, so-called executive branch and independent agencies. I wouldn't say that we got comprehensive data, but we learned a lot from our work and outreach to those agencies. The White House, particularly OMB and OIRA, to be even more specific, tribal governments in the ways in which we were able to reach out to them and they to us. And last but not least, not only state and local governments, but the various associations that are often labeled the so-called Big Seven, that are primarily responsible for representing the interests of state and local and governments, including counties and the like. We developed and learned some common themes, the details of which, again, are in the report. The recommendations speak in broad, and I think in a broad way, about the need for greater diligence with respect to consultation with state, local, and tribal governments. Timing looms large in our report and in the recommendations, the importance of when that consultation takes place, and also reliability, that we saw an unevenness in how consultation was carried out. Let me just say at the end, and then I'll shut up, although of course we're both available to answer any questions that you have, that while the report speaks a lot about legal requirements, speaking about statutes, executive orders, and the like, Our focal point was not so much identifying where agencies were falling short with complying with existing law, although we speak about that in various ways. Rather, consistent with what we hope is our obligation in providing this report to ACUS, was to identify some best practices and better practices. So we certainly saw that as our principal obligation and task in the prescriptive part of the report, is suggestions and ways in which the process could be improved. So a little more than 2 minutes, but let me stop there. And again, thank all of you for the opportunity on behalf of me and Seth to work on this report for ACUS.
Thank you, Dan. Seth, you want to add on that?
I'll just simply say thanks, Dan, and thanks to Bakaja and everyone who worked on this, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Well put. Let me go next to Bertrand.
Hey, everyone. Sorry I can't be there as well. I want to start by thanking all the members of the Committee on Rulemaking, as well as Staff Counsel Bakaja Caldwell for her incredible work. I very much enjoyed working with her in this project. And of course, the consultants, Seth Davis and Daniel Rodriguez, who you just heard from, for their excellent report and expert guidance to the Rulemaking Committee. So the recommendations stress the importance of agency consultations with state and local governments and tribal governments in regulatory policymaking and implementation. We discussed extensively and developed recommendations for consultation policies that are designed to ensure that state and local governments and tribal governments are more partners with agencies in the development of regulatory policy or regulatory implementations that impact states, localities, and tribal nations. Our discussions also led to recommendations seeking to ensure effective consultation through developing procedures for consultation. They also resulted in recommendations that reflect the unique relationship between tribal nations and the federal government. Finally, we had extensive discussions on who to make recommendations to regarding critical information coordination functions regarding consultations. And we ultimately settled on making a recommendation to Congress, knowing that given current institutional dynamics, these recommendations may be more relevant in the future. So those are some of the principal points we discussed. We had an opportunity to engage some of the council recommendations during our fourth meeting. And so we look forward to further discussions of the recommendations with the rest of ACUS.
Thank you very much. We're going to start with our first order of business as the manager's amendment. As usual, these are non-substantive revisions. They're highlighted in yellow on the redlined recommendation in your plenary packets. Is there any objection to adopting the manager's amendments? Hearing none, they are adopted. And before we begin a consideration of the pre-submitted amendments, does any member seek recognition for the purpose of general discussion of the recommendation? We have two hands. We'll start here to my right.
John Siegel, Senior Fellow. Once again, the committee and consultants did a great job. Thanks to both of them. A couple of questions. First, again, I wonder how this recommendation will apply to, say, ICE, which is certainly engaged in activity right now that's in significant conflict with some state authorities. So I'd be interested to hear how the committee imagines an agency such as ICE would receive this recommendation. And then my other question is with regard to recommendation 1, that agencies designate a federalism consultation official. I had a look at Executive Order 13132, and as I'm sure the committee is aware, Section 6 of that order, which is called consultation and which requires consultation with state and local authorities, already requires agencies to designate an official who will have primary responsibility for carrying out that order. So is the official to be designated under recommendation 1 another official? Wouldn't most agencies just give it to the same official? How is that supposed to work?
So let me ask if we would have a response to that from Bertrand first, or from Dan?
Yeah, I'll defer to Dan on the second question. We didn't really discuss how particular agencies would respond to these recommendations. So I don't have really much to say or to represent from the committee on how ICE would respond to the recommendations, for example. But we did seek to make recommendations that will be generally applicable to all agencies. So to the extent that their regulatory policy or implementation impact state and local governments or tribal nations, there should be some form of consultation that takes place. And so I believe, and I think that I can represent the committee in saying this, that would apply to ICE as well as any other committee that engages in policies that impact state and local governments and tribal nations. But I'll leave it, I'll defer to Dan on the second question and Seth on the second question regarding the federalism advisor.
Sure. Again, nothing to add to Bertrand's comments on the first. I will say as to the second, it's a good question. In our experience in doing this study and talking to agencies, again, I want to stress not every single agency, but I think a good representative sample and getting input. I think the part that Jonathan identifies that's already in the executive order is, how should I put this diplomatically, unevenly complied with. There are some agencies who seem to be quite unaware of the need to designate a federalism official and had not designated any. There were other agencies that saw an Office of Intergovernmental Affairs more broadly and claimed or insisted that was tantamount to a federalism official, and a few other agencies I can think of actually had that. So I guess I'd say that maybe we were being extra careful there by suggesting that all agencies have a federalism official, especially speaking to those who had not identified them, notwithstanding the edict or the executive order.
Is it fair to say, Dan, that the recommendation would apply even if the executive order were withdrawn or modified? Would that be the intent?
That's certainly my sense. Obviously, Bertrand could speak for the committee, and I wouldn't purport to do that. But I would certainly hope that would be the case, I guess, and accept that premise.
And I think our fourth and final meeting was centered on this question in part in terms of how much of these recommendations are being derived from the executive order. And I think I'm representing the committee here in saying that it is our belief that these recommendations would be similarly applicable even if the executive orders were withdrawn.
Thank you, Bertrand. Yes.
David Lewis, public member. Thanks to the committee and to the consultants for this really informative report and set of recommendations. I want to follow up on that last comment, which was there seems to be a number of agencies that aren't complying with the executive orders, and I do wonder whether you have a sense for why they're not complying. And the reason I ask is, if we're making a set of best practice recommendations, we want to sort of account for sort of variation in experience of different agencies. And so I do wonder a little bit about why some are not complying, and if there's anything systematic we can say about variation there.
Let me go back to Bertrand first, and then if Bertrand wants to turn this over to one of his consultants there, we'll do that next.
Yeah, I'll turn it over to Dan or Seth, who would have more expert judgment on this question.
I'm wary to speculate, but nonetheless, I will speculate a bit. With the caveat that I don't truly know the answer with respect to all of the agencies. What we learned, again, I want to stress that there's a variation. Some agency officials, I should say, with whom we spoke, seem to be unaware or underaware, if that's a word, about the executive order and about some of their responsibilities under them. Other agencies spoke about resource constraints and the difficulties with all the juggling and everything else going on, about implementing the commands and edicts of not only this executive order but other consultation requirements that, as we share in the report, permeate a lot of statutes, UMRA, etc. So I think a mixed bag. The question, if I may just pivot for just one quick second away from the agencies themselves, as the report indicates, and again, we want to be diplomatic here, folks with whom we spoke in OIRA, some of them were not at all aware of the obligation, their obligations under this report, which to us was quite striking, given that well, given the executive order and its direction to OIRA to comply. And I'm speaking only of state and local. Seth, I see Seth will have some input here about the tribal part.
So I'll say first that I agree with Dan that our study would not allow us to reach findings about reasons for noncompliance. Second, I'll say we did hear some similar themes to those that Dan just shared with respect to tribal consultation. Those included lack of awareness of the obligation, lack of awareness of federal Indian law and the government-to-government relationship. We also heard themes around resource constraints as well. As to the first themes, lack of awareness, I think that that's one reason why the designation of an official responsible for being informed on and engaging with tribal governments or state and local governments is an important recommendation that while it reflects provisions that are in both the federalism executive order and the tribal consultation executive order, would be best practices even without those orders existing.
So still on general matters, let me.
Jim Tozzi, Senior Fellow. You made a comment about OIRA not knowing some specific executive order. I think I'd like to remind the group that when OIRA was founded 40 or 50 years ago, they had the biggest office in OMB, 100. They now have 50% of that, smaller than they've ever had. In addition to that, I've sat in this body for a number of years, and people considerably always want to put something in one of our orders and look at OMB, and OMB agrees with us. So there's no shortage of people in this town and agencies wanting to give something to OMB. So the fact that OMB, one person in OMB didn't know it was an executive order, I'm not amazed at all, because given their workload and what they have to do, I don't think it was unusual at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
Warren Belmar, Senior Fellow. Just general question whether the research and contacts that you had indicated any difficulty in the federal government identifying who is the state or local representative, or are there multiple representatives? So when I was at the Department of Energy, we had some difficulty in trying to figure out who was representing the state of California. The Attorney General said he was, the governor said he was, and a number of other people said they were. And I don't know if in those situations the federal agency sits down with everyone, or everyone who might be a representative of a local government. Has that presented a problem in terms of who is included and excluded from the research you've done?
May I speak to that, Mr. Chair? Yeah.
You absolutely may.
Yeah, that's a great point, and I really appreciate you raising it. The short answer is yes. We did hear from some within the agencies that some ambiguity and difficulty, not related to the question about resources and all of that. And one of the interesting aspects, and again, I'm here speaking about state and local principally, of bringing in the stakeholder groups of what have been called the Big Seven, National League of Cities et al., is the ways in which those organizations offered up to us in our report their help and assistance, and hoped that by developing and nurturing relationships and improving the practices with respect to consultation, they could help address some of the difficulties that you raise and the agencies raised. Not that consulting with these groups would necessarily be one-stop shopping, but that the existence and permanence of these organizations would help assist at the state level, at the county level, at the municipal level, would assist agencies in finding the right collaborators, in being able to have information provided in two ways, and addressing the difficulty that you put your finger on with respect to the fact that, as the phrase goes, these local governments are a they, not an it. with respect to consultation and many other information conduits.
Thank you, Dan. And Warren Belmar thanks you for saying, yes, I agree. He's been searching for that all morning. Are there other, yes, Ricky in the back?
This is just an institutional OIRA
Yeah,
point.
you have to say who you are.
Yeah, Ricky Revesz, Senior Fellow. This is an institutional OIRA point. I mean, a couple of things, at least when I was there, from 23 to 25, OMB had a tribal advisor. I think it had been the first tribal advisor that OMB had hired. She didn't just do OIRA work, she worked for OMB as a whole, but there was a lot of actual consultation that she initiated on regulations that had were likely to have impacts on tribes. Tribes also took advantage, I mean, basically availed themselves of this benefit. I met with a lot of tribal leaders throughout that process, and I think there was an understanding that we were open to that and that there was a liaison who would facilitate it. But more generally, in some ways, OIRA doesn't write these rules, it just reviews them. So the consultation is probably most useful when these rules are being initiated and thought through. We typically have, OIRA typically holds these rules for a relatively short period of time, although people sometimes complain that it's too long. But it's certainly short compared to the time it takes an agency to do these rules. And the primary way that OIRA communicates with anyone is through 12866 meetings, which it essentially grants, at least the historic experience was to grant all of them. And many of them were with states. I had a number of meetings with governors or with top state officials who had issues about specific rules. And especially if a state government requested the meeting, we prioritized it. But OIRA doesn't go out and like hold public hearings or initiate this with anyone. And so in some ways, it's not surprising that it doesn't do it with states. So, again, it's very small staff, as was pointed out, and I'm wary of, I really believe in this function. I'm wary of saddling with more requirements. So those are some kind of random thoughts, but the primary way in which this input should be sought is by the agencies actually writing the regulations, because that's when there can be more give and take and fewer process constraints.
Thank you. If there's no further general discussion, we're going to move to the pre-submitted amendments. And we'll start with Special Counsel Jeff Lovers, who's proposed to amend the language on footnote 1 on line 4 in the clean version of the recommendation. And I think, Jeff, you can explain your proposal.
Thank you, Ron. So first, let me just say, I'm not a member of this committee, but I participated in all the meetings, and I was very impressed by the way the meetings were run, and of course, by the great report of the two consultants. My proposal here is really, at first it was just purely style to shorten the footnote a little bit, but then I realized that it didn't mention local governments in the footnote. So consistent with the title of the recommendation and everything else, I suggested the language that you see.
Before we proceed to the formal part of this, let me just ask Bertrand how this would fit with his sense of the committee's intent.
I think that this would be perfectly consistent with the intent of the committee, and so I'm inclined to accept it as something that should be included in the report.
So that sounds like it is willing to be accepted, and unless people have objections, that will be our understanding. Let me ask then for Alan Morrison, I think you have a proposed amendment as well to move the definition of regulatory policy making from footnote 1 to the first paragraph of the preamble. Is that correct?
That is Alan Morrison, Senior Fellow. That is correct. It seems to me the definition is quite broad and not obvious, and I think it ought to be in the text and not in the footnotes.
And let me just ask Bertrand if you have any reaction to that on behalf of the committee?
Yeah, I think that this is part of our ongoing balancing process of trying to make a preamble that is concise. But I have no objection to adding it to the body of the preamble if it's seen as valuable for clarification purposes.
And is there any objection from the body? Hearing none, that will be done as well. And now let me ask if there are any floor amendments to be offered? Yes. Eloise?
Eloise Pasica, public member. So it sort of goes along with the question for the committee and consultants. I didn't see anything about the federalism official and the tribal official having to consult with each other. Maybe I missed it, but if I didn't miss it, then my proposal is that after line 176, that there be a new recommendation at the very start of the procedures for consultation that says something like the following. So I'll read it slowly, but I really am curious whether it's already kind of embedded in some other aspect that I missed. So here's the proposal. Agencies should ensure that their federalism consultation officials and tribal consultation officials communicate regularly with each other in developing and implementing consultation plans. So that's a proposal, but it's a proposal that goes along with this question of is that idea somewhere else already?
Let me turn to Bertrand and to our consultants, Seth and Dan.
No, Eloise. Yeah, no, Eloise, it's not included in the recommendations. And honestly, it's an oversight on our part. We did not have a discussion about consultation between federalism and the tribal advisors. I'm curious to learn more from Dan and Seth as to whether that was something that they came across during their expert evaluation, but it's not something that we engaged during the committee discussion.
Well, I'll offer my own mea culpa. A really interesting point, and unless Seth corrects my recollection, I don't recall that we discussed that specifically. But I, my seat of the pants reaction to that, as it were, is it makes good sense. Just speaking just solely for myself, but
yeah, I agree. It makes sense from my perspective, but I won't speak for the committee on this point.
So I will, if I could just say two things, Mr. Chair. So first, I would say there were two interviews that I recollect in which a question like this came up, and in one of the interviews, I think we learned that. And it may have reflected who in particular we were speaking with in that interview, that there wasn't a perceived need for this sort of regular communication. The second thing I'll say, but that's two interviews, that's all I'm talking about, and only one that communicated that particular point that I just said. The second thing I'll say is, I would urge us to think carefully about this. I would urge the conference to think carefully about this recommendation. Let me just identify two issues to think about. One is, what does consultation plans mean here? And I raise that issue because in the context of tribal consultation, there have been multiple presidents that have instructed agencies to develop plans of action for implementing Executive Order 13175. Those plans are distinct from particular consultation sessions related to particular policies. So would this recommendation be urging coordination in the development of an overall plan of action regarding consultation, or would this recommendation be urging coordination on each discrete instance of consultation? And the second issue I'll flag is, if the recommendation is urging coordination on each individual instance of consultation. I can certainly see benefits to that. I can also see some difficult issues that would arise because, as we stress in the report, we have to think about tribal consultation on the one hand and state and local consultation on the other as being meaningfully distinct, including at the level of law. And I could imagine ways in which the demands for meaningful tribal consultation could conflict with those for federalism. To give you one concrete example, and Dan, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe we heard multiple times that on both the agency side and on the state and local side, an acceptance that agency engagement with national organizations could be adequate in various circumstances. By contrast, on the tribal side, government-to-government consultation means consultation between federal agencies and representatives of specific tribal governments. So in my role as consultant, I would just flag some of those issues for the conference to think about if it goes forward with this recommendation.
Before we go back to Eloise for a response, just for the record, the last three speakers working backward were Seth Davis, consultant, Dan Rodriguez, consultant, and Bertrand Ross, who is our committee chair. Eloise, did you want to respond?
Sure, thank you. It's Eloise Pasikoff, public member. Thank you, Seth, that's so helpful. I did not mean to be proposing consultation plans as a term of art. And so I guess I would maybe modify the language. So perhaps we should include an as appropriate here, although I know, like everything is as appropriate. So I don't really
That can be included as appropriate.
Yeah, yes, exactly. So communicate regularly with each other. I mean, the idea was just so that it seems inefficient. I was just trying to avoid inefficiencies in with different communities being reached out to in different ways on the same things. And so that's inefficiencies and maybe inequities. So in developing ideas for consultation, communicate regularly with each other in developing ideas or developing plans for consultation, because then plans is not the noun, which sounds like it's a term of art. Well, it is a noun there. Communicate regularly with each other. Okay, sure, period. I'm happy with that as a friendly amendment. Again, Seth, I don't know if that addresses the concerns you were raising.
Let me ask a question. Did you want this included in procedures for consultation or in the prior? Did you want this paragraph?
I meant it to be there because there is Eloise Pasikoff, public member, because the two previous bold headers are distinct. One is for the way that the federalism officials should work, and the second is the way for the tribal consultation official to work. And I was looking for the first place to bring them together. And this is where the ideas for consultation goes. So that's why I was just trying to say, before you do all the stuff, just make sure that you're not recreating the wheel, stepping on each other, giving benefits to one group that you're not giving to the other group, both planning to meet with each other on a Thursday, but in 17 different locations, like that kind of thing.
So first, just for good form, let me ask for a second. Okay, we have a second. And are there other comments? Yes.
Carol Ann Siciliano, Senior Fellow. And this is a question, a request for clarification. Who we are talking about when we refer to a federalism consultation official or tribal consultation official. Are these the people who are actually doing the consultation, the regional administrator of such and such a region and the Environmental Protection Agency, or are they the people who have been appointed under the various executive orders within the agency? And it says
Eloise Pasikoff, public member. I meant it just to refer to the federalism consultation official identified that, that should exist in the first recommendation, and then the equivalent in the first paragraph of the tribal recommendation. So there are these new these new roles that are the proposal in the recommendation. And I was just trying to capture the idea that they should be talking to each other so that we don't.
And thank you for calling my attention to that, because as I was looking at that, Carol Ann Siciliano, Senior Fellow, that I wasn't actually clear whether this was referring to an official for the entire, say in my old case, Environmental Protection Agency, or the individual actually doing the consulting. If I could get clarification, maybe, and it's a very simple question, I'm sure it's the person doing the consulting, but I wanted to confirm that. Thank you.
Are there any other comments on this? We just,
Could someone answer that question, whether it's the single named official or the individuals who are actually performing the consultation?
let me go back to Bernard Bell on this. Oh, this is
yeah.
Bernard
Bernard,
asked
public,
recognition.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Are you ready for me?
Yes.
Oh, Bernard Bell, public member. I'm not answering the question that I guess is on the floor, but I'm proposing a modification to what's on the screen now with regard to paragraph 8, which I think is an excellent idea. And I think that adding at the end of other in matters that affect state or local and tribal governments. And so that would essentially tell us when they're supposed to be coordinating with each other as opposed to something like as applicable. So that's the effort of this proposed amendment to make it a little more specific, but give it some content.
So
So-
I see Eloise nodding in agreement to include this in her motion.
Eloise Pasica, public member. Yes, I take that as a friendly amendment and it makes sense to me.
Let me ask Bertrand on behalf of the committee if you have a reaction.
Charles Ross, Chair of the Rulemaking Committee. I have no objections to Eloise's addition nor Bernard's friendly amendment to it.
So we have. Yes, hi.
Hi, Feldblum, public member. So I want to respond to Carol's question with how I read recommendation number 1, and then ask for the chair of the committee to see if that's agreed. As I read that, this federal consultation official will, 1, serve as the primary point of contact, and then 2, have primary responsibility for coordinating consultation. So the way I read that is there's someone who has primary responsibility for coordinating the consultation. That may not be the person who's actually consulting, because it's going to be someone who's working on the reg or whatever, who's going to have that conversation. But I think for purposes of Eloise's motion that we're about to vote on, I think it's fine that it is that upper level person who should be coordinating with their counterparts. So just to say my understanding, but obviously the chair of the committee or the consultants should confirm or not confirm that.
So let me ask, just to be sure, are you asking for clarification of what Eloise meant in her motion, or in what the use of the term was otherwise in the recommendation?
I am asking for clarification because Eloise's motion tells 2 people to talk to each other. Before voting in that, what I understood from Carol Ann is who exactly will be talking to each other, right? Is it the person who's has the subject matter expertise, et cetera? My guess from Eloise, since you were responding back to the definition in recommendation number 1, it's the more senior person who has been designated. So, and I agree with your motion, and it seems to me pretty clear who those should be, but Carol Ann was just asking for confirmation of that, and that's what I'm simply reaffirming.
Bertrell, do you have a response to that you want to offer?
Sure. I mean, I'll defer to Eloise's understanding as the proposer of the amendment, but as I understand it, it would be the designated officials that are defined in paragraph 1 for the federalism consultation official, and in the relevant paragraph for the tribal consultation officials. Those, as I understand the amendment, are the officials that we seek to have communicate regularly with each other, not the person who is responsible for developing the regulation or the policy or implementing the regulation.
So, Alan.
Alan Morrison, Senior Fellow. Per the comment of the chair, I suggest we insert the word designated in there to make the clarification. Designated federal officials. Is that's what everybody's thinking? Okay.
I see no objection to that. Any further comments before we proceed to a vote? Yes.
Ray Peeler, government member. I would suggest.
Can you say it one more time because I'm not.
Ray Peeler, government member.
Thank you.
I would suggest, rather than saying that affects state, local, or tribal governments, although it's a trivial change, I think it's substantive. It affects state, local, and tribal governments, because it's where there's that overlap that they need to be talking to one another. You could have situations where you need to have a conversation with a tribal government that is not germane to a state and local government. We have more of a peer-to-peer relationship, as they point out in the recommendations here with tribal government. It has no implications for a state government, but there are situations where there's overlap.
So we go first to Bertrell. Any reaction?
I was thinking the same thing when it was initially proposed as or, so I appreciate someone raising the point and adding the end, but I also want to be cognizant and in deferring to Eloise's thoughts on this as the initial proposer of the amendment. But I think that the language and over or is something that I am more comfortable with as well.
And let me go to Helen, because we haven't gone to you for a while. Not working right now? Do we have a green light on? Or do we have another mic?
Oh, there we go. Sorry, everyone. Helen Horacio, government member, EPA. So I'm going to take a step back, and I'm sorry about this. So we have cooperative federalism defined by the executive order, which is limited to states and governments. However, we do have cooperative federalism with Indian tribes, and I think EPA is a prime example of that, right? Like we have all of these statutory authorities and these regulations where the tribes stand into the shoes of either the federal government or the state. And so cooperative federalism expands beyond just the definition of the executive order. And I don't know now how we're capturing that here. Like, are we trying to stick in this recommendation to the pure definition just in the executive order of cooperative federalism, which limits it to the state and the local, and ignore the reality that we do have agencies that have cooperative federalism with tribes that goes beyond that definition? And because if we do, then I think the edits we just made just ignores that, because then we have instances of cooperative federalism with tribes, or we don't have cooperative federalism with tribes. And so I just want to know if we're trying to capture the concept of cooperative federalism with tribes in this recommendation or not, because then I might have edits that we might want to do.
Yeah, I'm more familiar with uncooperative federalism. Let me call on Dan Rodriguez, who I think had a reaction to at least one of the prior comments.
Not on that. I defer to Seth if he wants to comment. Oh, Dan Rodriguez, consultant. I'll try to get better at identifying. I just wanted simply to reiterate a concern that Seth raised a few minutes ago about that this, if paragraph 8 is adopted, that I agree with him. It ought not to be read to require federalism consultation with tribal consultation on the development of the policies for the reasons he said. I think the development of the policies with respect to tribal consultation, especially given, and and state and local consultation should not necessarily require what this might be read as, which is a sort of sign off from both the federalism and the tribal consultation official for reasons he explained.
So Nina, did you have your request? Okay, Eloise?
So
you have to-
Eloise Pasikoff, public member.
Thank you.
I don't know enough about the substance to respond to Helen, so I think that might be a question for the consultants. All I'm trying to capture here, and so thanks again, Dan, for calling that to my attention, our attention. All I'm trying to capture here is that we not be reinventing the wheel and or a left hand coming up with something that the right hand doesn't know about, or developing consultation plans that can't feasibly be met because they conflict with each other. And I don't mean consultation plan in a term of art there. So I just sort of mean procedurally, as you're figuring out how to share information with and get information from, just talk to each other to just make sure that you're either on the same page or that where you're on different pages, you mean to be on different pages and it doesn't conflict with each other. So that's the concept I'm trying to get to. I can see that maybe the last part of the sentence that was added as a friendly amendment might not actually capture that. So, so consult with each other I mean, truly, I'm going to go back to as appropriate. Consult with, communicate regularly with each other in planning for, in making plans about communication or in making plans about outreach, or I don't know. I would value help here. But all I'm trying to capture is that procedural aspect.
We do have as appropriate left over from our removal.
Right.
I will also say, as a personal matter, I don't mind reinventing the wheel as long as it comes out round.
Yeah.
Nina?
I think this amendment makes sense because it.
You have to introduce
Sorry,
yourself.
I'll get in the habit. Nina Mendelson, Senior Fellow. I think Eloise's change to this amendment makes sense because it expands the possibility that they might communicate as appropriate on either on the policy or on matters or both. So I can't vote, but it seems like a useful amendment, and the point is for them to stay in contact, and I think they'll take that instruction. As to Helen's point, I think this is a really important point, but maybe it belongs in the preamble. I'm looking at line 20 in the preamble because that speaks to what consultation with tribal governments is about, and it does not encompass the cooperative federalism framework that Helen was referring to. So I'm wondering, I don't have a great sentence to add. This maybe is a committee on style point. I can propose this rough sentence that I wrote and then refer further to the committee on style, possibly something like, it can also reflect a tribal role in implementing responsibilities in a cooperative federalism framework or something equivalent. But the point is to refer to the tribal role in a cooperative federalism framework, perhaps a tribes estates provision or some other cooperative federalism arrangement.
We will have to come back to that after
Fair, we
include
can table that.
the current.
Oh, it's not in the right place. Sorry, it's on line 9. Yep, I see that. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the red line. It should be in line 26 between the word determination. Nope, it should be between the words determination and formal, but we're not at that issue yet. Right, we should take care of Eloise's amendment.
Let me return us to Eloise's motion. Is there any other response that Bertrand, you or our consultants want to make? Or are you comfortable at this point?
I have no further response at this point.
And I'm not hearing any from Dan or Seth. Are we ready to proceed to a vote on this? All right, all in favor, aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. All right, now we'll go back to Nina's motion. Is there any?
I can't make a motion.
Okay. Would anyone like to make Nina's motion?
Helen.
Okay, we have a winner.
I'll make Nina's motion, but she's going to
Helen,
say it again.
Are you killing all these mics?
I'm killing
So is that on?
Yes, Nina Mendelsohn, Senior Fellow. I have some language to suggest, but I think I would want to hear Seth's response as well as Bertrell's response to this. Um, it may also reflect a tribal role in implementing responsibilities, statutory responsibilities in a cooperative federalism framework. On line 26, it should say implementing statutory responsibilities. That's my attempt to capture what I think is at stake, but I welcome improvements. Yeah, could you also make the typeface bigger, please? Thank you.
And if I understand the state of play, Helen, you have made this motion, and there's a second. There we go. Now let me ask Bertrell and Ann and Seth if you have any reaction.
I want to start by just deferring to Seth, and then I'll follow up with any other comments that after Seth's comments.
I think this will reflect what you see in the report about the ongoing government-to-government relationships between tribal governments and the federal government. And in particular, if memory serves, there are places in the report where we acknowledge that tribes may play this role without using the phrase cooperative federalism in the report. But I understand that some agencies will use that to refer to situations in which tribes are implementing statutory responsibilities, say, for instance, under treatment as state provisions in environmental laws. And, you know, I think it resonates nicely with not only the general point that the relationship between tribes and the United States government is ongoing, and therefore consultation should be as well, but also reflects the array of ways in which tribes and federal agencies may interact.
So is there language that captures the point that tribes have a different sovereignty relationship than the states and localities do in what's usually referred to as a federalism relationship?
Yeah, that was that directed to me, Mr. Chair, or no?
Yes.
Yeah. So that's it, to the extent you heard any hesitancy in what I said, or when I made the point that we didn't use the phrase cooperative federalism, it was based upon that concern. I think in the preamble, as well as the specific recommendations, there are multiple places in which the unique legal and political relationship between tribes in the United States is referred to, including in this paragraph, which I think could ameliorate this concern. As thinking about it as a consultant, what would weigh in favor of using cooperative federalism framework is the reality that that will be legible to various agencies. So I think that would be, those sort of competing considerations would be what I would urge the conference to think about in to the extent it's you know, this is accepted and you're wordsmithing it.
Yes, Nina.
Nina Mendelsohn, Senior Fellow, just realizing that in the language I suggested the word it's not clear what it refers to, so maybe consultation could be substituted in for it at the beginning of the sentence.
And was there any change to the rest of the recommendation there, the insert? Are there any other comments before we proceed to a vote? All those in favor, aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That is adopted. Are there any other amendments to be proposed? So I see two hands. We'll go to Dave first.
David Lewis, public member. I have a proposed amendment for 13. So if the ambition of the proposal is to have effective consultation, it seems to me that one of the problems, or arguably a bigger problem, is non-compliance rather than the spreading of best practices. And so I wonder whether it makes sense at the end of 13, when we're talking about state and local, a consultant for state or someone in OMB advising the director on tribal policies and state and local policies, that they also be told to help facilitate the effective adoption of consultation, right? Because we can have all the best practices we want. Why not have this person inform people, hey, remember there's these executive orders or these things that we want to do. You probably should do them, even though now you're not doing them. So one of the things, the reasons I asked at the beginning, hey, how many agencies are complying or not complying with the executive orders, is this idea that one of the big barriers to consultation is that people don't know that they should be doing this. And so if somebody in the director's office is saying, hey, by the way, not only are these the ways that these groups are being affected, but hey, maybe there's something we can do to remind them that there are best practices out there that they should be adopting. And so the proposed language specifically would be at the end of 13, to advise the director of OMB regarding agency consultation activities and help facilitate effective consultation government-wide.
13.
Because we added.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry. In the revised version now, it'd be at the end of 14. Yeah. So the sentence says, after referring to these advisors, says to advise the director of OMB regarding agency consultation activities, and then what would be added is, and help facilitate effective consultation, either period or government-wide.
Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. Let me turn to Bertrell first.
So, I mean, this comment might not be entirely relevant to this particular recommendation, but we were trying to be conscientious of the responsibilities that we place on OMB with respect to any sort of coordination or other functions it might serve. We had representatives of OMB in our rulemaking committee, and they expressed concerns about the workload and the responsibilities that might be placed on OMB given the various other responsibilities that it has. But to the extent that this is a recommendation that's being made to the advisor in terms of advising the director of OMB, that seems fine. The question is, what would be the director of OMB's responsibilities after the advisement? And that's something that we want to be conscientious of in terms of whatever recommendation we make here. But I think that this is, something the consultants might have something to say about in terms of their knowledge and what they learned with respect to the role of the OMB right now and the Federalism Advisor, Intergovernmental Advisor, I think is what it's called right now. So I'll defer to them.
So this is Seth Davis, consultant. I'll say two things. First, actually goes all the way back to a comment that was made during the general comments piece of the discussion by Ricky, which is, as the report talks about, the tribal advisor role that was created within OMB was, at least in the views of the two consultants here, an important role that did help facilitate effective consultation, including the consultations that Ricky referred to. So in terms of thinking about this as a best practice or good policy, I think the findings in the report on the tribal side would support that. The second thing I'll say is just to reiterate Bertrell's point about there were significant discussions in the committee about the point that Jim raised earlier during the general discussion, which is what is the capacity of OMB? And the committee tried to strike a balance, and it's ultimately for the conference to think through that.
Thank you, Seth. Are there other comments? Yes, let me just.
Hi, this is Susan Yaki, public member. I take it that this whole report is to try to increase these consultations, and that we need to the main way to do that is to raise awareness. And so that's how I take this amendment, that really the rest of the recommendations don't mean very much if people don't understand that they ought to be doing this, or what the current recommendations are or requirements are even. And so that is why I'd be in support of this change.
Thank you. Over here, and then Renee, we'll get to you next.
Alex Goodenough, government member O&B. So I don't find the language in green hugely offensive, but I will echo Bertrand, and I think to a certain extent the consultants as well, in pointing out that there is only one O&B and there are many, many agencies. So I think it will be challenging if all agency consultations were somehow having to be facilitated effectively by one or two people in the O&B director's office. In terms of offering a substantive suggestion, perhaps instead of the current language that suggests that this person in the O&B director's office would be directly involved in each consultation, perhaps we can say, and help to facilitate effective consultation practices or something like this to indicate that it's a broader role in communicating best practices and what agencies should be doing under the relevant EOs. Because simply, as I was saying, I don't think there would be capacity, and indeed it might become a limiting factor if this individual or two individuals would have to be involved in every instance. Thanks.
Let me just ask if that's congenial.
David Lewis, public member. Yeah, that's congenial. The intention here just clearly is not to mandate or to direct, but just to give an analogy. Under the Vacancies Act, agencies are supposed to send in notice anytime there's a vacancy in a Senate confirmed position, and they're regularly out of compliance just because they don't know that legally they're required to do that. And the idea here would be, as simple as, every 6 months or so, sending out a note to folks, hey, remember, you've got these obligations. How are you doing on those things? Is there anything we can do? Here are the best practices that ACUS has produced. It's not intended to be onerous in that regard. So I take that amendment as friendly.
Renee, down here.
I'm Renee Landers, Senior Fellow. So I think the words help and facilitate are perhaps a little redundant. And so maybe it could say, and speaking, sort of building on what has just been said by the last two speakers, maybe and promote effective consultation practices or something like that, because it's now gotten very wordy and I'm not sure what facilitate means anymore. So that's another issue.
Dan. All right, is that accepted? Okay. Any other comments? Are we ready for vote? All those in favor, aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Again, the ayes have it. Are there any other motions to amend?
Nina Mendelson, Senior Fellow. This is not a motion, it is a question for Bertrand and for the consultants. I'm noticing that in the tribal section of the recommendation that it calls for special training of the tribal consultation official, and that a high-level agency official attend consultations between the United States and tribal nations. There are not counterpart requirements for consultation with state government officials or state and local government officials, and maybe that reflects the fact that there are very effective associations that tend to represent state interests, the Big Seven. Maybe it reflects something else, but it was just a question for the consultants and the committee chair about the thinking behind these differences.
Let me turn that over to Bertrand or Dan or Seth for an answer. We're down to about our last 10 minutes on our allotted time for this.
Yeah, given the limits of time, I think Seth will be able to explain this more clearly than I can.
With respect to the suggestion at lines 132 to 133 regarding attendance of high-level agency officials, that was discussed at, I think, all of the committee meetings. The discussion was based upon what we found in the report, which is that given the specific legal meaning of government-to-government consultation in light of the legal and political relationship between the United States and tribal governments, that best practices require high-level officials who can engage in meaningful dialogue with tribal representatives to be there. I will also note that this came up consistently in comments we reviewed. We reviewed 116 comments to agencies on consultation. Came up in interviews we had, including many times federal agency officials raising that this was a best practice that they recognized. With respect to training, that is a recommendation that stems from our finding that there is, at best, very uneven understanding across agencies, at least those that we were able to gather information about, of tribal consultation, of federal Indian law, tribal sovereignty and governance, the trust responsibility, and so on. And so, given that finding, we both, or at least consultants, made the recommendation that tribal consultation officials should ideally be individuals that already come with that training and experience. Of course, if the agency doesn't have any such individuals, there's also options for training someone who's already at the agency. But this was such a consistent theme that we highlighted it in the report, and as you can see, the committee decided to work it into recommendations. I hope that answers the question, Nina.
Any other comments? Are we all prepared? Okay. Any objections? All in favor? Opposed? Okay. Are we ready to proceed to a vote on the recommendation? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Nay. The recommendation is adopted. Our thanks to the committee chair, consultants. And it is my privilege and pleasure to announce that we are now breaking for lunch. And we will reconvene, let's see, what time? 1:30. We will reconvene at 1:30. And we will have to charge those. Thanks for the notes. And now I will go sit down.
Yes, please.
That's been, okay. Yeah, that's been long enough.
Yeah, I'm like, I need to stand up.
The old guy gets to sit sometime.
Katie, would you mind passing the mics over?
Ron? Felt good, all right.
Good.
Honestly, I was like, I'm not gonna look at this.
Yeah.
But I always.
Hi, Roger Scully. Hey, how are you? Hello, hey, can you hear me? Yeah, yes. I'm just trying to fix. Your signal's breaking up. Hold on, let me step outside. It could be me. Okay. Roger? Yeah, I can hear it. Go again. Oh, that's okay. I'm just trying to figure out what we're doing tonight. I don't, we don't, Judy and I don't know Fran and these other people. We're a little confused now that Lee has dropped out. I mean, I guess Judy and I think, well, maybe the thing to do is for me to speak with you and agree that for the four of us, you will, or we will pick up the reservation tickets and we'll then try and reserve 4 seats together for dinner and for the presentation. I guess with the dinner, we would try and get Roger.
6 says get there, time to see Grant, 9 o'clock. Traffic is normal on a Friday morning, 'cause that's how I Friday morning. We'd have to leave here by 6:30. But that's not that long.
No, that'd be okay.
And that gets us down there about 8:30. But either way, if we miss Grant, Michael could see Footsie Wootsy.
Yeah.
Yeah, and, anyway, that's sort of what I'm thinking about.
I think that sounds good.
Yeah, I'd like him to see him, see whether he
Oh,
thinks
yeah.
we should snip, because he's not show quality or what we should.
We can't snip until after it's been shown.
Well, if we decide he's got bad teeth or something's going on, we can snip. That's what he thinks. Otherwise, it depends. I mean, I really think if he is good, he could be a hot commodity.
Yeah, there's so few.
So few with the drop ears.
Yeah, I mean, you get a good looking drop here.
Yeah.
He could go all the way to listening.
That's why he's practicing, marking. She's hot stuff. What's it with the marking kid? Yeah, I know. I caught it again, and he did look shamefaced. Not shamefaced enough to run outside or anything, shamefaced enough to look shamefaced for about 2 seconds.
Okay, where I said. What shall we be? We expect to do the vote. We want to do it. To do a week, tickets for all of us.
And Fran Usher.
And we're gonna pick hers.
I think so, because we're there early one night. Okay. Yeah, that's, but I did ask her if she more than one with another name, so. I think she was coming with Lee and now she's sort of on her own, so that's why she's relieved to, have some fellow travelers.
What's her last name?
Usher, like House of Usher, Usher. I think I've met her before. I think I've met her. They were there as the last time we were at dinner.
Sure.
One of us can shop with right, Brandon. Yeah.
Do we have her address? I guess we do. Fran. Do we have Fran's email address? Okay.
Break for lunch, okay. We broke for lunch and here we are.
You know, I want you to. Jeremy, go that way. I want that seat.
How you doing?
I'm Jen. I know. It only works if you're
How's it going?
That's what I said. I was a charter member. Oh, so I was here for December 2020, 2010. All right. I'm not sure what they're both at education, right? That could be, we don't, or they could have been in enforcement. Okay. Is there a lawyer? Oh, yeah. Thank you for coming out. Yes. Yeah. Well, she's an ALJ. She came in ALJ the same time I did. She and I were in Uganda. That's a good thing, yeah. Social Security, disability.
Welcome back.
Now we're very close. Yeah, the office right next door to mine.
We weren't going to start without you. Welcome back. I call the 83rd plenary session back to order, as if we'd actually been in order before. And we will resume proceedings.
They're not supposed to be.
Before we turn to the third recommendation, we will hear from Deputy Research Director Kasia Novatsky, and I will try saying that till I get it right, about several ongoing projects, and then take it from there. Kasia?
Thank you, Ron. Hi, everybody. Jeremy couldn't be with us today, so I'm filling in his stead. So I'm very pleased to report that we have a very full slate of projects that we anticipate will take us through December of 2026 and even after that. We're grateful to our members who shared project RFPs among their colleagues, and grateful to our government members and liaison representatives who continue to coordinate between their agencies and ACUS and assist us with interviews and other information necessary for these studies. So I'm just going to provide some updates on the projects that you see on the screen. We anticipate 4 of these projects will be considered by committees in the fall. And those are federal agency collaboration with state, local, tribal, and territorial governments. The consultants for that are former ACUS attorney Jen Celine, who is now at the Sandra Day O'Connor College of Law, and Pam McCann from USC Price School of Public Policy. For that project, we did recently issue a request for information in the Federal Register and hope to receive some valuable input from various governments. Kasia Caldwell is the staff attorney on that. If you have any questions, reach out to her. In addition to that, we also are anticipating having obtaining government records for use in agency proceedings in the fall. That one is Margaret Quokka is serving as the consultant from the Ohio State University Moritz College of Law. She's previously worked with us on projects, so we're very happy to be working with her again. We also have organization, management, and operation of agency adjudication offices. The consultant for that is Jennifer Lee Coe from Pepperdine's Caruso School of Law. And lastly, for the fall, we have temporary rules, which is being undertaken by our very own ACUS attorney, Eyal Lori Pardas. So he will be serving as staff and in-house researcher. We anticipate that next spring committees will consider the following projects, 3 of which we recently just had consultants hired for. So the first one for that would be agreements between agencies with shared regulatory responsibilities. The consultant for that is Blaine Sato of the Ohio State University, Moritz College of Law. We also have drafting regulatory preambles. The consultant for that is Dan Deacon from the University of Michigan Law School. Effectuation of awards of monetary benefits. Attorney advisor Leah Robbins has been working on that project and will be serving as the staff counsel and in-house researcher. And lastly, interagency communication and rulemaking, for which Christopher Kerrigan of George Washington University, Trachtenberg School, and the GW Regulatory Study Center is serving as the consultant. So for those projects in particular, I just want to give a heads up to all of our government members and liaison representatives that you can expect us to be reaching out for interviews and helpful materials soon. So again, we appreciate your assistance with that. Recently, ACUS has selected a consultant for frontline decision-making in the adjudication of applications, and we're pleased to announce that Amy Widman from Rutgers Law School will again be working with us on that project. Aside from that, ACUS also currently has 5 open requests for proposals. So you will notice that we have several on permitting, a timely issue in which we have seen great interest. With the exception of one, which I'll note, the following projects have a submission deadline of Thursday, July 3rd. So there's general permits and permits by rule, improving access to information about license and permit programs, improving transparency in the review of applications for licenses and permits, regulatory warnings, and the 5th one, which has a rolling deadline, collection, use, and availability of agency adjudication data. If any members would like to submit a proposal, you can go to the Consulting Opportunities page on our website to learn more information. Again, we would also be grateful if members could share these opportunities with appropriate colleagues. ACUS staff also continues to update the Federal Administrative Procedure Sourcebook and the now 4 Statements of Principles. And we'll continue to do so as new legal developments and ACUS projects occur. Lastly, I also want to highlight that we receive assistance on a variety of our projects from ACUS interns. You have seen our mic passer outers. They are our summer cohort of interns. ACUS offers unpaid internships year-round with the option of in-person, virtual, or hybrid attendance. We have welcomed both part-time and full-time interns for this fall and spring semesters and full-time interns for the summer. Applications may be submitted on a rolling basis, but we also participate in the Equal Justice Works Career Fair every fall. We've had a very strong internship program the past few years and have had truly excellent interns, including our current attorney advisor, Adam Klein, who was a full-time intern here a couple of years ago, and the ones you see here today. So I'd personally like to thank our public members, our senior fellows and special counsel who shared our internship program information. If anyone has additional questions about our internship program or would like more information, you can email me directly. And that is all I have by way of updates. So do you have a question? Yes.
Alan Morrison, Senior Fellow. On your temporary rules project, are you going to talk about interim rules as well?
Where's they all? Oh, I believe so.
Because
You
it's
wanna
not,
just nod?
they're first cousins, and it really would be a shame to bring it.
I believe he is looking at the different definitions and the different terminology that different agencies use,
they are
both at
different,
the
but,
state and federal, and we
They
do
raise
understand
many
they're
of the same
different.
problems.
Yeah, so I believe he is. You are also more than welcome to email him too, because I'm sure he would appreciate any insight. So Eyal is back there. Feel free to talk to him about it.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Alan. I guess any other questions, comments? All right. Thank you, everybody.
Well, thank you, Kaja. We appreciate it and appreciate all the work you're doing to herd all these projects together. I'm going to come now to our third and last recommendation, which is public participation in agency adjudication. And I think it's unfair to have words like agency adjudication to be pronounced this late in the day. But we do what we have to do. So thanks first to Committee Chair Nadine Mancini, and thanks to the consultants, Mike Sanambrogio and Glenn Stashevsky, and also to Staff Counsel Leah Robbins, all of whom did terrific work on this. But this is your opportunity to give them grief for it anyway. So let me start first with our consultants, and I don't know whether Michael, you or Glenn wants to go first, but you can arm wrestle for it.
I won. Good afternoon, everyone. Public participation can improve the quality, legitimacy, and acceptability of agency decision-making. This body has thus produced extensive recommendations to enhance public engagement with rulemaking. But the public's role in agency adjudication is less well understood. There's often a perception that agency adjudication involves issues of interest only to the individual and the government agency party to the proceeding. Yet agency adjudication often impacts interests and groups beyond the formal parties. And just as in rulemaking, the APA permits interested persons to participate in agency adjudications so far as the orderly conduct of public business permits. Our report examines the institutional structures, practices, and procedures used by federal agencies to solicit and support informed public participation in adjudicatory proceedings and suggests strategies for enhancing public participation. This project is complicated by the fact that agency adjudication is a vast and multifarious enterprise. We therefore developed a conceptual framework for public participation in agency adjudication based on our research and suggested varying levels and forms of public participation that are generally appropriate for each category. Category A involves routine claim or dispute resolution and includes enforcement actions, benefits determinations, and standard disputes between private parties. Ambitious efforts to involve the public in those proceedings are generally unnecessary and may be inappropriate unless the case is likely to establish new precedent or result in policy changes, in which case it may be useful to consider amicus briefs, allow intervention by interested parties or representatives of the public, and perhaps solicit public comments or unaffiliated expertise. Category B involves grants or denials of permission and includes rulings on applications for permits, licenses, or waivers. And Category C involves discretionary policy determinations regarding specific public projects that are non-adversarial, such as the Department of Transportation's selection of the route for an interstate highway. Public participation will often be vital in these types of proceedings. In addition to amicus briefs and intervention, public notice and comment is generally a crucial tool for facilitating meaningful public engagement with such decisions. And agencies can go further in appropriate circumstances by undertaking targeted efforts to include unaffiliated experts and stakeholders who have not typically participated by drawing on existing tools that have proven useful in rulemaking, such as focus groups, listening sessions, and federal advisory committees. The proposed recommendation is consistent with this conceptual framework and existing best practices. We're grateful to all the agency officials who generously shared their time, insights, and experience, especially Leah Robbins and Nadine Mancini, and we look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you very much.
I don't have much to add, except just add my thanks to Nadine and Leah and the committee for all their work and all the members of the agencies that participated in the study. And just to say that ACUS has done a lot of great work on public engagement in different areas, and it's wonderful to be a part of this. Thanks.
Nadine, did you want to?
Yeah, I'll just say a few words. I want to thank Glenn and Michael for their excellent report and their assistance throughout the committee process, and Leah for her amazing support and guidance during the deliberations. Many thanks to the entire ACUS team for ensuring that our work runs seamlessly, and then my fellow committee members who consistently bring their A game to every project we tackle. And I thank them for their commitment to this good work. So I'll be brief. We met twice this spring, and I have to say our deliberations were robust, but relatively smooth and unremarkable in a really good way. This was no doubt due to the high quality of the work product that we had before us. So I'll just note a few things about our deliberations. First, the committee looked at how best to strike an appropriate balance between the acknowledged value that public participation can bring to adjudication, and then the possibility that such participation might adversely affect the adjudicatory process by creating delay, for instance, or unnecessarily complicating the proceeding. We also identified ways that agencies can clearly communicate with the public about participation opportunities, and that includes making those opportunities available as early as possible, again, as appropriate, since we like to be saying that today. And then finally, the committee recognized that there's variability, obviously, in agency adjudication, but that can also appear between multiple levels within an adjudication scheme. And so that means that public participation might not be possible at all of those levels. For instance, there may be ex parte prohibitions to consider or limitations on admitting new evidence, which could typically be the case in an appellate proceeding. So with that, I turn things back to Ron. I look forward to hearing from everyone.
Thank you very much. We're going to go now to the manager's amendments. The first order of business here is to review these, which consist of non-substantive revisions, and these are highlighted in yellow in the red line recommendation in your package. These tend to be non-controversial. Are there any objections? Anybody want to spark controversy on a manager's amendment? Hearing none. Without objection, these are adopted. We now go to general discussion, which we are ready for. And hearing nobody interested in general discussion, we'll go to the pre-submitted amendments. Yes, Alan. Well, we go to the council amendment before we go to the other pre-submitted one. We have one council proposed amendment, and that would add language to the preamble at line 54 to reflect another possible reason for restricting public participation in certain adjudicative proceedings, specifically when allowing participation beyond a limited set of interested persons would require the unnecessary expenditure of resources by the agency or private parties. And let me ask Nadine, is this consistent with the committee's version of the recommendation?
It is.
Okay. Is there any discussion from the floor or the seats or any other piece of furniture? Seeing none, hearing none, I will ask for unanimous consent. That is adopted. Now, Alan, you are up. We're going to pre-submitted member amendments. And Alan, you can explain what it is you are proposing.
Alan Morrison, Senior Fellow. As Glenn said in his discussion, these are multifarious proceedings, and they don't. When I read the title, I first thought it was adjudications, as in formal adjudications, but they obviously are much broader, and obviously that's correct in terms of the scope of this. But I think when most people read this, they will think of agency adjudications like some kind of formal trial type proceeding, and I've urged that this be expanded in a definition. Kazi and I exchanged emails, and I thought there was going to be a footnote added here. It's going to say that the agency, well, she's proposed adjudication is defined by the Administrative Procedure Act, and I don't want to have her start doing it, is many processes other in the formulation of an order, that is a final disposition of an agency matter. And adjudication means anything other than rulemaking. And then we could give some examples. I don't want to try to draft it on the floor, but I'm confident that if the Assembly agrees with this concept, we ought to put it, and we ought to put it in the text itself instead of putting it in a long footnote. In general, I don't like putting things in footnotes because I don't think people read them. And this is, I think, a central concept to this recommendation, and therefore I suggest that we adopt this if someone will make the motion for it.
I will say, as a longtime academic, I live for footnotes, but I will not object. And let me just ask, is there a?
Yeah, just a question. So we had given some proposed language regarding adjudication, kind of, I think what you're reading is, were you okay with that language? Just adding it to the preamble?
I'd like to look at it again, but I mean, yes.
Okay, so, okay.
I'm fine with the general concept.
And Nadine, that's fine with you?
Yes.
Thank you.
Is it, and people can see the language up on the screen?
So that's my explanation. Do you have the language to put up?
Do we have language put up?
Where would you like to add the language? If you don't want it in a footnote? Potentially lines maybe 21 to 23?
That is so much nicer, Leah, than the way I usually get it, is where would you like to put this?
Yeah, right after line 23.
Right here?
After adjudicate, after the first sentence in that because paragraph. I think that's right. Is that right? Well, wait a second.
Okay.
No, I think it should be in the
Here we're
preceding.
talking about how adjudications vary significantly, so it might be appropriate to put here, but I don't know
Can you just read the?
what the language is. Okay, so the language that we had come up with in response to Alan's comment was adjudication, as defined by the Administrative Procedure Act, means any agency process for the formulation of an order. That is a final disposition of an agency in a matter other than rulemaking, but including licensing. Adjudication includes any decision by government officials made through an administrative process to resolve a claim or dispute between a private party and the government, or between two private parties arising out of a government program, citing to Michael Asimov. For purposes of this recommendation, adjudication also includes frontline decisions, for example, initial determinations about whether to grant or deny applications, and policy implementation decisions, which do not resolve disputes between the government and a private party or between two private parties. We proposed
Yeah.
putting it in a footnote. I don't think Alan
No,
liked
no.
that.
I would say after the first sentence it would be after where footnote number 2 is, because you explain why it's different from rulemaking, and this would come right after that in that same paragraph, and then a new paragraph starting after that.
Okay, so this would be in the first paragraph.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so let me, we have a few hands here. We go to Ellen first.
Eloise Pasica, public member. So Alan's comment makes me wonder about, which I find valuable, all the different ways that agencies can adjudicate, makes me wonder about the committee's use of the word adjudicative proceedings, because as opposed to just adjudications, because as I understand the word proceeding often sounds sort of like there's going to be a hearing of some sort. And is that what the committee means? For example, in type C adjudications, which I think I concur with Alan's suggestion that there be some citation to Michael Asimov's work. A lot of the, whether to award a grant or whether to award a permit, those are not really, I don't think of those as proceedings. I think of those as matters. So maybe this is just a technical thing. So it's really just a question. Does the committee mean proceeding to involve some kind of hearing aspect? Would just adjudication or matter be a good substitute for proceeding when you have it? Because I do a little bit wonder whether talking about proceedings kind of cuts out a large avenue of the type C adjudications.
I'll just say it's not something we focused on, that terminology specifically, but I see your point, and I don't think we meant to be limiting.
So you would be okay with agency adjudications instead of adjudicative proceedings?
In that particular spot, or is there other, yeah.
I think it does appear a couple of other
Okay,
times.
yeah.
So I'm just wondering, it's in part also a question for the consultant.
Yeah, so in the report, we use adjudication and adjudicatory proceedings as alternatives for one another. Adjudicatory proceedings was not meant to be like a narrower subcategory of adjudication. So if people might misconstrue that and take the language that way, it would be helpful to clarify that.
Hi.
Hi, Feldblum, public member. So I also agree that it makes sense to define the breadth of agency adjudications, very much as you did. Very nice, sort of summary. I would not, however, suggest that very long description, which might make sense for a footnote. So my recommendation here is going to be for the Committee on Style, but it would be after the second sentence, right? But agency adjudications likewise present opportunities for public participation. For purposes of this recommendation, agency adjudications include, and then just pull out simple language from that paragraph, what it includes. You can drop a footnote to that, to Asimov's there or whatever else. And then you pick up on, with the next paragraph, when agencies use adjudications, blah, blah, blah. So again, that's I don't feel we need that language here. Committee on Style can do that, but conceptually, that would be the approach.
And let me just ask Nadine, is this acceptable to the committee?
Yes.
So unless I hear objection, we will consider that included. Okay, Alan, you're on a roll here.
I'm okay. I'm okay.
You're on a roll. Is there any other amendment that someone would like to offer, or does someone seek recognition just to say something kind about the report? Seeing none, seeing some. I assume that was saying something kind, or was it an amendment?
Two separate
To
things.
do the introduction
Oh,
again.
yep, sorry. Ray Peeler, government member, EOC. Two separate things. First, on the question of proceedings, we're currently in litigation over what the meaning of proceeding is in a case. So, so that might be
Means exactly the same as adjudication.
I hope that's not true. And then as far as other amendments on page 3, directly behind the proposed amendment from the council, I would recommend including a phrase after the comma, violates statutory confidentiality requirements, comma, before or adversely affect. Sure. Violate statutory confidentiality requirements, comma. Because I'm an Oxford comma guy.
I assume that would be within the adversely affects rights or interests of private parties. Which, I mean, you can call it out separately. I'm just want to make sure I understand where we are there. You can propose adding it, and if we don't
Yeah, I
hear
would propose
objections, it
adding
can be, are you all right with that?
Yes.
You have a victory here? Hearing no objection? We have unanimous consent to that? We're on a roll here, so
I don't want to foreclose any more conversation on this issue. Is this issue concluded? I have a question on something else.
yes.
Okay, Nina Mendelson, Senior Fellow. The question is, my compliments to the consultants for a great report and great work on the recommendation by the committee. I only have a question on section 7, which is agencies should determine whether there are opportunities for broader or more innovative forms of public engagement. I just found this, I was slightly puzzled by this paragraph and wanted to invite the committee chair or the consultants to say more about what's being referred to here. I mean, I could have imagined that perhaps the agency flags some policy issue that could come up in an adjudicative process and then initiates some kind of outreach or public forum in advance. But then the particular example talks about filing of applications for grants or denials for permission and opportunities for public participation prior to filing. And I was just having a very hard time imagining what that was referring to. And I was wondering what that's referring to, what the target of paragraph 7 is.
Any reaction from Nadine or the consultants? Or?
Yeah, this was obviously, this was something that we discussed, and I think the idea was to look at ways to encourage agencies to put their thinking caps on and innovate to the extent that they can. We didn't want to foreclose that possibility. And so the idea, you'll see, this language here, such enhanced form. So these ideas, and you've already got public participation. We kind of know some of those ways to do that, but there may be more interesting, better ways to do it depending on your agency and the mission that you're tasked with. So
to give you a more concrete example, we were interested in looking at the experience with public engagement with rulemaking and some of the things that could be drawn from those experiences into adjudication. And one of the things in the rulemaking context that people have found helpful is for agencies to do more of the public engagement work earlier in the process. And we thought that it may be possible to do something similar in the context of adjudication in the category B and C type proceedings we're talking about. So permitting and licensing decisions and these non-adversarial public projects. And FERC has a pre-filing process where the prospective permit applicant is offered the opportunity to participate in this pre-filing process. And the prospective applicant does a lot of public engagement with FERC's consultation and assistance before the permit application is even filed. And the idea is that that allows them to hear from relevant interests and flag problems early in the process and smooth things out. So when the permit application is later filed, that process can proceed more smoothly. So that's a really good example of what we had in mind. But in the recommendation, we wanted to use kind of sufficiently broad language that it could encompass that particular innovation, but other kind of similar ideas.
Other comments, other observations? Anything else before we proceed to a vote on the entire package? All right. This is on the recommendation itself. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. And this is like speed golf. This is our version of this. I want to make sure we thank our consultants and the committee and our committee chair and our staff attorney who worked on this. We appreciate one and all the work you did. And the fact that this came at the end just shows that we were ending on a high note. Our next plenary session, write it down on your calendars, is going to be December the 11th. And we will see one and all here. I want you to know you've been a delightful audience today. This is, I did hear one comment from my friend who lives in Maine, who said there's a certain quality to Maine humor. There's two old fellows sitting in a comedy club, and the comic is doing one routine after another, dead silence. Dead silence. And the comic works harder and harder. There's nothing. And eventually he just throws in the towel, walks off the stage, and one fella turns to the other and says, "That's the funniest man I ever heard. It was all I could do to keep from laughing right out loud." Well, we had one hand up here before we go. Yes, Alan.
December 11th, may not be able to be here because of exams, but I'll communicate with Harry about that. May have to go. Please don't send us back to Social Security. No, it's harder to get into the White House.
We won't be
So what
going
we'll
there
have to
again.
do is define when are the exams over and which,
I'll send Harry an email today. We'll figure it out.
Okay.
Location TBD.
Yeah.
We'd love to have you here, but.
so location TBD and maybe date TBD. But other than that, we'll see you all here.
So, because we ended early, you get a rebate on the rate.
Have a wonderful rest of the summer. Carry on.
You did a great job, Ron.
We finished ahead of schedule.
Please take your
And
trash with you.
And you did a great job. You really did.
I still think you're
I still have extra.
The jokes were